All right, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to the show. My name is Gingy Beardy Guy. Want to welcome you for tuning in. I see Desmond is already with us. So happy to see you back, my friend. They say I had to leave yesterday at the end. I rewatched and saw that you left Big Team Game for the next time. That's cool. Maybe today. Well, oh, I was about to say our queue was empty, but Squid Sheep just came in. So it'll happen for sure. We're not going to open with it though. We'll check it out once, if and when the queue is ever empty. So hello to everybody tuning in. This is yet another Brackeys 2025.2 stream for all of your submissions. I personally don't have a project in this jam, but would love to showcase all these projects you guys created. And just so you know, this is also being broadcasted on YouTube and Kick. So this will be footage that is not just going out to, you know, the Twitch echo chamber. At least there's that. So thank you so much for joining. We can just get right into it. Yeah, hope everybody's been having a good day so far. It's Thursday, right? I think it is. Yeah, it feels like a Friday to me. Oh, Squid Sheep, you didn't share your link. We need a link for your game. Preferably the submission link, but I can get to it regardless. I just need access to it. Of course, as always, if you guys haven't done it yet, please be sure to hit that like and click the follow. Support, of course, is appreciated. This music is almost too emotional for what we're doing. Give me a second here. Actually, I think it's almost done. All right, we're going to be turning it off anyways once we get into this. Some of you may die. Factory building wage theft simulator. I already love the visual. Risking the lives of your employees for the profit of a biscuit factory. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Codes and assets did you not make? Looks like some interface stuff and then something about a monkey. Or sounds of music. Good, good, good. Two-person team. Awesome. We just have a... Oh, game page this way. Let's check out your game page. Frantically build and manage a biscuit factory at the cost of your employees' safety and happiness. So, wow, Squid Sheep did the majority of the work, apparently. So just you and an artist. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. And you couldn't get this to play in browser? Seems... I mean, it looks lightweight. I don't know how lightweight it could be. I'm excited. Did I save that now? In here? No. Oh, you went here. That's funny. Let's not save it into that folder. Can I full screen it? Oh. So I can't use the arrow keys to navigate your menu, but WASD work. That's kind of funny. So how do I select? Oh, J. It says right there. That is an interesting button choice. Can we full screen it? Fuck yeah, we can. Much better. Uh-oh. There it is. Okay. This is actually... Hold on. Let me just get comfortable here. The music must stop. Oh shit. It really doesn't like when I click out. That's funny. Let's do this differently. If it can be a window, I actually have a way of changing that. Hold on. We're going to get this proper. We're going to do this correctly. It has controller support. Ooh, that's wonderful. I will absolutely do that. Where did... Oh, I left my controller in a bag. I'm going to have to go grab that. I do want to use it, though. It's this one I want. Sorry. Heard a loud bang. Just want to make sure we were okay. All right, I'm going to grab the controller. So I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I got my trusty controller. We are ready to get started. Shut up. Goodbye. All right, we are good to go. Dear valued employee, congrats on your new position as manager of Benji's Big Biscuits Expendable Lives Department. Proceed to the factory for your first day immediately. As always, remember our motto. Some of you may die, but that's a risk we're willing to take. Welcome, valued employee, to your Benji's Big Biscuit Co. Management Initiation course. That's such a mouthful. As you may have noticed, this factory has a concerning lack of employees. Without the blood, sweat, blood, tears, and blood of our workers, this factory simply will not run. Please proceed to the HR room to go find some labor to exploit. Okie dokie. Alright, so right off the bat, love the art style. I did notice you had button inputs showing on your windows, which is, or your prompts, which is fantastic. It's fine that I can only use the D-pad, but I'm a little disappointed that I also can't choose the joystick. Just a minor issue. Here you will find the most desperate and vulnerable of our society. In other words, here are some expendable and cheap lives for you to take advantage of. Go pick one up. Sure, okay. Now go haul that miserable blue guy to a slot on the factory floor. I wasn't going to question the ethics. Are they human? I don't think they're human. How do I drop them? There we go. Oh shit. I swear I only pressed B once. Once work starts, they'll work this machine until the day they die. Which is today, of course. Anyways, go bring workers for the rest of the machines. Okay. Oh, I didn't notice the square in front of me at first. I thought that was highlighting where he should have went. Put you there. So I just keep going. Seems like an endless supply. Which is good. Seems you're nearly ready to get making some biscuits, but all this machinery must cost a lot to keep safe for the workers. Go to the office, we can rectify that. What? Is that just a random skull? You might be able to tell from the screens my speech bubble is covering, but we're not predicted to make a profit with the current expenses. Though this isn't perfectly accurate, I like to play it safe. Try turning down the safety budget. It'll hurt the workers more, but who cares about them? Oh. Yeah, sorry. We'll turn it down. Got it, got it, got it. All the way. Is there anything I need to do in this phase? Oh. Ew, that guy's dead. Go dispose of the body, we can make some dividends on the mulch. Just chuck it in the meat grinder in the HR room. And bring back a replacement while you're at it. Will do. This is a fun song. Oh, they're all dead. He died so quickly. Bro, they die way too fast. I suppose if I upped the safety budget, it wouldn't be this bad. Dude, they're all dying out as I walk. Come on. Yeah, I'm getting better with it. Oh, I should have brought the body with me. Whatever. Motherfucker. The timing between lives for these workers is so terribly short. Proceed to next. Yeah. With heavy consideration, no new yacht versus no new yacht, we've decided to lay off the construction team. Hope you know how to work a wrench. Oh, we get to build it? That's cool. This factory sure is barren. Let's see if you can fix this. Go pick up one of those blueprints. When my tired is streaming to 0? Hold on, I'm going to take care of this guy. Why is that just coming through? I thought I deleted that message. Hold on. Try building with it within the yellow lines. Once you feel like this would get the desired result. Oh, try pressing the red test button in the top. Cool. Build it, please. Oh, I get it. Just do that. Because why not? Can I please drop it? Thank you. All right. Why to rotate? Here? No, that doesn't seem right. Oh, destroy. What? There we go. Probably do it like here. Oh, I keep wanting to press A to place it. Because I do that for characters I pick up. I guess we'll build this here. Oh, so the bread has to go into the box? Okay, hold on. Let's back this up a little bit here. The box is going to package it all together, right? So what are these outputs here? It has, oh, that is the box. And this is the dough, is what I'm going to assume it is. So, okay. I suppose I would want it. Maybe like this. Then I can take this. Oh my god. Build. Does it work like that? Oh, this is weird. That is kind of weird. That way. So these two are now in there. And it's gonna output this way. Oh, but then you have box from here. Hmm. Okay, well that might not have been the right setup. What happens if I push the button? Apparently I did a good job. Anyways, once you feel this will work, go fill the slots with workers. Then you can get some making me profit. Making profit for an AI seems strange. I don't know why AI would want it. Are they not going in? Was that not the right way to do it? Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna try a different strategy. Because I now realize the mistake I have made. That tells me the distance wasn't right for that. So we're gonna do this. And I suppose that. Okay, good. Thank you. It's a little funny when you have to, when you're trying to drop something. It just seems very particular on where that should go. Is there a way to... Just kind of gets locked on my right. There we go. We gotta do that. And then we go up. Oh, I should have had another right there. Here we go. We go up here. Oh my god, dude. There we go. Oh, dude, you're in the wrong spot. Is this not right? I am confused. We're going to the correct inputs as far as I could tell. Oh, am I supposed to prepare the... Oh, hold on. I am dumb. Did I mention I'm dumb? There's a whole extra, like, process there. If I just kept it running, would it burn up time or something? Actually, I think I should turn it off. Okie dokie. So the dough's gonna come in like here. And then we're gonna want to box it here. So yeah, this works. And we're going to put this like that. I'm going to put this, oh my god, like that. I don't think it works like that, actually. Let's try the one beside it. Let's do that. This guy here. Okay. All right. And we just need more people. I'd assume doubling up is... Oh, what? It showed me 2 spaces. Am I only allowed one on a station? Okay. I suppose he'll die if he doesn't do anything. Okay, this is working. This is working really well. They're also not dying as quickly as they did before. Well, that's because the safety was pulled up. Okay. Fine by me. Did we lose our music? Or is this just the way it is? Oh, the silence is deafening. Let's change that. I have not started the day yet. What? Is that where the button comes in? Oh, I see. It was timer resets. Okay. Can I do... Oh. Switch them on this side. Oh my god. Oh my god. It'd be nice if I could just, like, swap a body with a new person. That'd be kind of cool. We do seem to have lost our music. Our fun tunes. Dang, this is with safety at 50%. Whoa, shit. It came up so quickly. With heavy consideration, no new yacht. Wait, we already had this. Okay. I gotta say, that's a awfully jarring transition. Let's try safety all the way up. Is there a way to win? Oh. No, this is right. I don't think the scenario's changed at all. Oh my god, dude. Go, buddy. Okay, so with safety to max, I think this is a more manageable speed. Of course, that's the sacrifice you make, right? But I almost feel like this should be... Okay, no, maybe this is a little too slow, but... I will say that for the first couple rounds, like I know you're kind of just getting getting it out of the way and training the player, but it did seem like, you know, the lifespan was incredibly short. It was like the first scenario, and I couldn't even keep all 4 active at a time. Okay, the prompt is going to happen in a moment. I'm fired. Oh, is that why I restarted? Was I fired last time too? Why? So if I don't make my target, that's a automatic loss, right? I guess I should have had workers. Oh well. Go. I'll be honest, I keep expecting the workers to still be there. I know they're like super weak and they'll die very quickly, but I don't know. If they didn't die that by the end of the day, I don't know. I feel like they should still be there. Because the setup is kind of tedious now. Oh, what the fuck? No! There. Ugh. Yeah, fired. I see, I see. Like, I don't know. Would I ever want to increase the safety? I feel like it's more of a detriment than the alternative. I feel like keeping them alive as much as possible at least gives me a chance to sort of handle the chaos a little bit. If it's projected to only like... Oh no, we're going to low safety. I just want to make sure that we at least hit our mark. Which I see being the point. It's just... These little guys die far too quickly, in my opinion. Bring another guy out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't have the skill to be this precise. Dude. Dude. This is a terrible what am I trying to say? This is a terrible habit to be in where I'm grabbing a person, retrieving the body, and grinding. I think I should be retrieving the body, then grabbing the person. But because they die so quickly... Wait, is it building? Oh no, safety was super low. What am I saying? We have no safety. There is no safety. This is what I asked for. This is everything I wanted, apparently. Dude, this guy's dead already? Jeez. It almost seems more manageable to, I'm fired. Okay. Let us try... I don't want to, like... I guess I could. I'll just destroy that. Let me see if I can make this more efficient. Destroy. 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 So here's my idea. We're going to get the dough. Going to send it out this way. Then we're going to get the box thing here. And that should help. Help a lot, actually. And my thought process here is it's going to be more efficient just to focus on these three than running both of these at the same time. I just have an idea. We're going to try it. Oh yeah, I can't do two. Keep forgetting I can't do two. When you're showing me like 2 spots on the box, I feel like I can double up on shit. We're gonna... That adjust? Could have sworn I had that set already. I'll just hold on to this guy. See, in this moment, I would love to just swap them out so I don't have to place them down, grab the other guy, place the other guy, and then grab him. It's easier when you have a second spot to drop the one you're bringing to the station, but let's do this. Alright, I want to retrieve them first. That, to me, just seems easier. Because that's more for this guy, but... Very quickly to get into the routine of just... Deliver the person, grab the corpse. Deliver the corpse, grab the person. Oh, I almost made it. Not quite. Okay. Squid Sheep, I have to ask, is there a way to win? There is a way to win. Is it simply just by making the profit? Like, how many days do I have to go through for that? Because, I mean, we don't... I don't think we have anything else in the queue right now. Oh, I didn't, like... There we go. The chat will be like, oh my god, we're not gonna pick Wood Sheep. You can disregard that. I'm just pushing it through. Let's look at the... I'm actually going to turn our music back on. Because we have lost all of our music. I hope that's okay. I do know what can be played. Alright, so let me think. Is there any way I can... Of course there's ways to improve it, but do I want to? I mean, I guess I have to. Don't feel like someone being forced to keep playing? I mean... I don't know. I don't think that's the right way to look at it. I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, if there is an objective that I can work towards that will give me a fulfilling, rewarding victory. That's all I'm really saying. Oh. Gotta just meet the profit, okay. I'm gonna try to do this right then, because I feel like I've been a little sloppy. There. And then this can go... Oh, I don't want to combine them. Hold on. Oh, let's do... like that. Oh, this is the same thing. What am I... Come on, dude. Build. And then we will build. And we will build. Build. Okay. Oh, let me station my people. It's too cumbersome getting the body first. It really is. No, I thought I was picking up that guy. Just do this. Operator Doom, how are you? Long time no see. Oh. Getting a little better with getting him on the right spot. They do it? Really? I like the look of this game mostly, but manually recycling employees is a strange mechanic. The dev is in the chat, by the way, just so you know. I don't mind it. I do think the act of, I mean, this is what we're here for, is feedback, right? So I do think the act of swapping out the workers is interesting, but like I said before, I do think their lifespan is far too short, even with the safety standards getting lowered. I think they run it a little too quickly. I don't understand why managing just 4 individuals, like I can't even get all 4 active at the same time. Like once it starts to snowball, this guy is dead before I get to this guy. And they kind of just fall into that same, why not a schedule on a paper? I don't understand what you mean. I suppose I could swap between them. I could just put these down and kind of just... No, it's too... yeah, it's too cumbersome doing this way. I want, like, strategy. I want to strategize where I can just take a person and keep them here till it's ready to swap out, but then they all die at once and I have to deal with it anyways. It's, oh, no. Safety's too high. Safety's too high. I gotta lower that. Let's go for it. Go for it. I got you. Got you. Got you. Got you. I do think being able to swap the bodies in the people is a must, because oh boy, is it cumbersome. For it down. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. This is a terrible pattern to fall into. You know what? Fuck the bodies. Why even grind them? You only get $1 for them. Oh, it's $100. It's not $1. The number comes up so quickly. I thought it was just a 1 decimal point. Nope, didn't do it. Dude, that was so close though. $2. Infuriating. The way to make this work better as it is, have all the guys next to each other. Well, they have specific spots that they need to be positioned on. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, no. What the hell? I have to rebuild? Why did that happen? Well, yeah, we have them relatively close. So I'm gonna set it up like I did last time. Boxes are gonna come here. And then conveyor. Oh no, I've blocked the spot. Okay. So much for that. Oh, that's not where we want to go. We want to go up to the tippy top. We definitely need a space between them because these circles are where the workers can be stationed. We also have to pass certain materials through, so like this box is gonna handle the dough, and then the box goes in and it just kind of packages it here. So perhaps what could be done instead, there's no way to just like, well, no, we don't want to reduce it to one output. I need to put it on, I don't know, my plan almost worked, so maybe I'll just do it. Okay. I think that's good. It's working. This guy's gonna... Oh, this guy died first. Jeez. Man, they're giving us all the emotional music right now. You can tell it's a certain hour of the day when people are requesting Breath of the Wild and Neverwinter Nights music. Feel like we're making good progress here. See, this is the routine you want to be in. Take the body, grab a new person. Look at that. I had all four standing, which is quite the achievement, in my opinion. Oh, we're like way over our projections. That's awesome. Why was that so hard the first time? Second and third times. Day complete. Okay. It appears the staff have formed a union over our poor safety standards and poverty wages. As such, we've given you access to the anti-union shotgun. In other news, we've laid off the mixing department. That's your job now. Thanks, Buck. Alright, so we got even more stuff. Okay, what's happening here? So we need the dough. But we need to make it first, right? I don't think this icon is correct. Because it says dough and flour. Do I not need eggs and flour to make the dough? Is that how it should be, though? Is eggs, then flour? Like, I'm assuming the images on this icon are incorrect. Okay. That seems doable. We're going to send this one up that way. Oh, build here. And then this one's going to go this way. And we want to package it like so. Okay. Hold on, let me just get the full effect here. So, build. This is the output. Flour goes in there. Eggs go like this. Oh, whoops. Okay. Oh no, I forgot about boxes. Shit. Well, how, pray tell, do I make that work? We can get boxes here. And then we need to get boxes up there. And there's no way to just, like, pass the belt underneath, so... I feel there's a very specific way I have to be building this. The output thingies do it every 2 ticks. Can do what? Can output every 2 ticks? I mean, you can't... 2 ticks being like... The way you say that, I don't think you can expect players to just kind of have that rhythm or that... that knowledge of what you mean by tick. What's happening? Are the eggs still going in? So like this seems good. But okay, if they're... So if the outputs only do it on 2 ticks, are you saying that I can pass a belt through and not have to worry? No, that doesn't seem right. I could double up? You mean if I double up the worker? Oh, it can... I don't know what you mean by the double up. So I'm trying to understand how you've got this set up currently. There's 3 inputs. I've played Satisfactory. I feel like I have a good understanding of at least the logic that you're introducing here. 2 boxes, 1 machine. So you're saying I should just take both feeds and put it into one? So I probably don't want to do this. Okay. But now I don't have any, I don't have a spot open for a worker here. I only have 2 spots for 2 workers. That doesn't seem like enough. I guess we could try it. What's the shotgun for? Oh, it's out of ammo. It's out of ammo. Can I grind it? I can. You should probably have an ammo count or something to indicate that it's a limited shot value. Just a little observation there. Boom. Okay. So I know it's said in the letter that I was given the shotgun. I'm trying to understand the purpose of it, to be perfectly honest with you. Oh. We're gonna add a new thing. Due to threat of unions, I've introduced a wage control node. Feel free to lower it. It's funny more than anything. Staff might get violent, and it might get violent a tad quicker, though. We're gonna keep it just mid. Oh. Oh, I see. So now there's no... It's not just energy now. We see their anger level. Alright. Yeah, no, this just stops. I'm not sure how we can get away with doubling this stuff up. There's something I'm missing. The output for the dough... I don't know, do we need all these ingredients? I'm trying to think, because the rate seems alright. It's just... Oh. I could build as it goes. Maybe not. Well, we're gonna have to write it out because I don't think I have a way of stopping the day. Dang. We're doing terrible. Oh, he's red? Does that mean he's angry? Oh. That's what the shotgun's for. All right. So new plan. Actually, I don't know if I have one. Trying to think of what the proper way to set this up as. I can only get the boxes into one packing station, as far as I could tell. I'm only going to be able to get that to one. So do I even want the second output of dough? Because I could just take that away. At least that's going to open it up. Trying to give us, so I'd assume they're going to get awfully mad. Do I care to deal with that? Do I care? I mean, I should try it. I should see how this feels, but why would, if they're going to die anyways, okay, so they refuse to, so when they get angry, they refuse to work, and then they just stand there and wait for you to come by to punch them, or to punch you. They're gonna die anyways, so why do I give a shit? Because they're occupying the space, right? I can't move them unless they're a corpse. So we're putting in an extra step where I now have to kill them, drop the gun, pick up the corpse, dispose of the corpse, get the person, and put him back in the spot. Maybe we'll up the wage. Oh, wow. Let's try that. I feel like they're going to get mad regardless, but... I don't know. We'll see how manageable it is. They already seem frustrated. Wait, why aren't we going through? Oh, I had to pass the dough. Is there a restart option? No. All I can do is quit. I don't like being trapped in this moment right here. I definitely love a restart option so I could just skip the time and get right to it. I've got everything here at this point. I mean, that's kind of the point, though. If you're iterating on it, I should be able to... Not should be able to. I shouldn't phrase it like that. No. I mean, that's kind of the point that we're doing here, right? Like, how well you scale on the concept and build it out. I mean, we can move on. I'm looking at the time. I've been streaming for over an hour at this point, and we've only been playing this game. So maybe we will just move on. But I don't know. I would love to give you sort of a summary of my thoughts here, just by playing it. I think the premise is interesting. Having this short management sim where you're handling the workers is kind of cool. I wish there was a little more to that, because right now it doesn't seem like I have much control over their conditions, like, at all. Like, even if we were to reduce... if we were to increase the safety, it just seems like it only delays the inevitable, which is them eventually dying. I would love some, like, items or, I don't know, something I could use to prevent that from happening. Just, like, single-use, like, consumable items that maybe I can feed them. Or maybe they're, instead of humans, they should be more, like, robotic, and then maybe it just malfunctions and you have to, like, deal with it that way. Like, the whole meat grinding thing, to me, it's not even much of a gimmick. It's kind of just like a that's what we do with who's being when we're done with that employee. And I see it's in your narrative, and that's all that there, and that's fine. But when it came to actually building the assembly line and getting that going, the switch from managing the staff in the first day, I suppose this was tutorial, but we didn't do any building first. We just managed people. And then right away we got into the building portion. You never really explained what any of these blueprints meant. I think you were really banking on just using the iconography with that. Obviously we found an error with one of those, so like that's obviously the risk that you take with that sort of thing. But it took a moment for me to figure out what everything did, because you're kind of asking for me to experiment, which does work, but I don't think it works in the way that you think it does. I think, at least for the first little bit, especially if you're just tutorial, I don't think you should just give them a session where they can play with the stuff and figure it out. I think getting to the point, making it concise and clear, and just having, like, instead of building the whole assembly at first, maybe take certain components out and then explain why those are there. I think that would be a better way to sort of onboard players. Right away, I see that you're bringing in a puzzle element where we have to manage what ingredients are coming in. That's all cool, but this is really the second assembly I've been able to assemble, or tried to assemble, and we didn't succeed in it. I think that's a little too steep of a jump when it comes to difficulty. And I mean, this whole thing between safety and wages, I'm trying to understand where the balance is with that. Instinctively, I don't want to make my employees angry, because it seems like if they're angry, it's more detrimental than having them just die. So I don't know. Maybe I should be on point with the shotgun and just kind of like shoot when I can. But when the steps are pick up an object, place an object so that you could pick up another one, that pattern gets very cumbersome. And so I do think you should be able to swap corpses with another person. I think you should just be able to do that. That's like a thing that just kind of, it's a good quality of life improvement. Because I think having those extra steps where you got to put it down to pick the other thing up, just to move it out of the way and put it down again. Like, I was really trying to bring in some like strats, but you're really forcing my hand to sort of do it this one way. And I feel like having that limitation is unnecessary. I think part of the experience is rewarding the player and how well they can efficiently tackle this stuff and sort of build their approach in such a way that maybe doesn't necessarily go with what you intended, but it sort of allows some levity to give players that agency. I personally really do strongly believe that we should just be able to swap people with corpses. What else can I say? There's nothing about the visuals that I have to say other than it's you know, aesthetically pleasing to look at. The colors are not too intense. Everything has a function. Everything that's on screen is given a purpose, and you understand what it is once you figure out, but you understand what it is when you look at it. Like, all of that stuff is great. I think you're reading a little much into my design intention here, because I agree with pretty much everything you're saying here. The actual loop needed some work. I'm not saying, okay, how do I say this? Like, I have no way of rating your project, so like I'm not here saying like this is only deserving of this much. Like, I'm approaching it in a sense that, like, if you pushed the project further past the jam, where could you take it where things could be interesting? What is it that I wish I got from it as a player? And so, yeah, there's a few aspects to it that I feel you're limiting my abilities in a way that I don't think is necessary. I think the movement's quite fluid. It does demand a great deal of precision, but you know, overall, like the loop of going back and forth and swapping the people out, like you have that core design is good. It's just, you know, there's some things that need some touching on. And if you don't intend to like continue with the project after, that's totally fine. But I'm not here to criticize like what kind of a project for this jam should have been. That's not what I'm trying to say. And I understand the work that goes into this stuff. It was a two-person project. You did most of the work. And then you had an artist that kind of took care of your assets. I understand that. I do. I guess me being a designer, I'm trying to communicate to you as a designer to, you know, these are the things that I see, what I think should be considered, and how I think they should be tackled. I'm not here to make the game that I think I would be making other than yours. That's not what I'm saying at all. You know, the feedback is supposed to be constructive. But I do know I was kind of piling it on, so I don't mean to do that. Okay, I hope you're not offended. It seemed like you were getting a little defensive there, so absolutely not trying to be like that person. So anyways, let's move on. Thank you, Squid Sheep. I will share the link in the chat. Let's quit. Now, as some of you may die. Feel free to head on over, give them a rating. Try it for yourself. You know, maybe you guys will do better. Overall, I would say it's a great submission for what is a two-person project. I see you guys got it in pretty much at the last minute too. I've definitely been there. Absolutely. Okay, has the queue filled up at all? This is like a full 180 from what it was yesterday. No, queue is empty. Okay, I guess we move on to something else. Desmond, are you still here? I think I lost the link to that game you shared. If we want to pull that up, we can do that. I did post on the communities tab. I did most definitely. I go here. Oh wow, this filled up quick. Yeah, there I am, right here. Well, thank you, Samara, whoever you are. Could just be one of those things, you know, it's a Thursday. I also understand that a certain game came out today, so people are probably just not interested. Alright, so this is Run Shiba Run. You're saying this is a 50-person team? Holy shit. 48. I don't know how I feel about that. Your owner is distracted. Gorge yourself on as many biscuits as you can before time runs out. What code and assets did you not make from scratch? Dude. You have a 50-person team and you still use prepaid packs? These are like hundreds of dollars. Yeah, all of these packs are paid, as far as I could tell. I mean, I've never seen these websites before. They all seem to be coming from... I mean, they all have the same style to it. Oh, they probably did. I'm not saying that they bought it for the jam or anything, but when you have a 50-person team, what the fuck are you doing with prepaid assets, man? Like, even the environment is prepaid. What the hell is this? Pure Punch? Okay, we'll go in and have a look at it, but already I'm sour. And this is all you have to show for it. I want to know more about this team. Oh wow, they localized? Dude. 2D art lead. '3D art department. The more I read through it, the more doubt I have that this was actually made by this many people. Dude, how many programmers do you need? Alright, well this game better be a fucking magnum opus. And it runs in browser? Your team of programmers couldn't figure this out? What do you mean, obviously? There's a full screen button here. The game doesn't scale correctly. And it really seems like it wants to. Do I dare download this game? I don't even know if I trust to download it, to be honest. That's where I'm at right now. So let's V Superior Jacob. Thank you so much for joining. Type Q and make sure you add the link to your, or no, it's submit, sorry. Exclamation point submit and a link to your game. We're about to check out Run Sheba Run, which is apparently created by 48 individual people. Okay, it worked that time. The locale list doesn't even populate. I am going to be the most critical with this game. I'm so sorry to all of you who are watching who might think I'm being unfair, but no. 48 people? Not a chance. The music doesn't even change. You weren't meant to change stuff after, only fix bugs? Yes, but I'm going to have to show it to you afterwards. The list of assets that they disclosed, that they apparently did not create, is effectively everything you see in this game. All of the packs. The dog, the people, the trees might be custom, but those aren't even, like, the same style. Can I run? I can run. And how long did you guys have to make... Oh my god, this camera. You guys had like a week to work on this stuff, right? Dude, what is happening to my dog? Dude, I'm telling you, this game is AI generated. I'm putting on my tinfoil hat. This is just like... What the hell? Camera collision is all crazy. My character model, like, this should be fluid as fuck. If you got 48 people, what was the programming team, like 12? There was more people who were apparently programming this game than I've had the pleasure of working with on jam projects throughout my entire career. This here. And they just have the one track that's played on loop. Oh my god, dude. Desmond, are you still with me? You have to... I'm not sure if you're like someone who actually supports this project and was excited to share it, or you're on the same page as me, because I feel like I'm the only person here that seems to have an issue with... Like, what? Why is the slide here? What is this level design? Bro. Like, mechanically, it doesn't even play well. The dog gets, like, held up. I'm holding the shift key. I'm trying to run as the dog. And it seems like I get into a state where... I don't know, I think it's spamming the input. Okay, so we are laughing with it together. Okay. I guarantee you, 100% guarantee you, the animations are from Mixamo. I don't even need to question it. I'm going to just say it. It's probably from Mixamo. I would love to know what assets were custom and what they actually created, because everything from what we saw was prepaid assets. I'm going to keep this one on my watch list. I want to see what rating they get. I know it's not a fair comparison, but wait, what? Why did I lose? Is that really all the ending is? Okay, we gotta see the credits. Let's take this all in together. Oh, you're gonna play the music over the background soundtrack? That's fantastic. I'm not convinced that any of these names are real. Okay, maybe Gary Stambo. You know, some of my dev friends and I get a real kick out of this kind of stuff when you see a project that's just so shamelessly bad. Like, I'm not even talking about a game that ironically makes itself bad. This is a game that is just bad, trying to make itself look good. Concept artist. You had one concept artist? That... I'm shocked. I'm shocked you'd even have one person for that. Material artist, Aaron Moore. What did you do for materials, Aaron? Please indulge. Please. 5 composers? You had one soundtrack, one singular track that plays on loop. Wait, there was voice acting? This is unbelievable. This, to me, screams wholeheartedly 100% AI generated. 100%. The fuck is table for 20? Alright, we're probably going to go down a rabbit hole. Although I do see Superior Jacob is going to be patiently waiting for us to play his game. Table for 20, so 20 people sat on ground. Yeah, totally. Our valued supporters. See, when they keep giving these names where it's just like one word, I know everybody's got like an online handle or some kind of like persona, but I'm infuriated. As a developer myself, I'm infuriated that we would even come close to supporting a project like this. Thank you for playing. I don't know. The pleasure was not mine. I'll say that. Well, the locale has changed. Let's go back. Okay, I'm going to turn the music off because it's irritating the hell out of me. We're going to go back in and see if we can hear that voice acting. Shows that big studio is not always better than indie. We're going to go down a rabbit hole. I'm sorry. I don't know if Jacob is up for it. We could play your game next, Jacob, but I mean, I just want to get this over with. I want to see what other projects they've posted and kind of where they've gone. I'm at that point. So right away... Oh no, there we go. The jitter came back. Okay, so I do hear voices. That doesn't sound like voice acting to me. That just sounds like someone took audio from a video in a public space and just used those voices. Do they have like an Easter egg or anything? Like, dude, I know there's like art style and all of that. There's no consistency with it. You have these kinds of tubes where you can see the edges on it. Like, that's so crazy to me. When you have an art team of that size, how would you even allow something like that to be in a project like this? And then you just have like random stalks of bamboo, which are like the smoothest, roundest objects in this entire environment. Oh, I just walked through that sign. You telling me there's no collision on this sign? Wow. Like one of the main signs too. Oh, no collision here? Yeah, this is AI generated. 100%. Don't even have to question it. Okay, we get it. We get it. So that was Shiba Run, Run Shiba Run. Excuse me. And then Caitlin for QA. I'm going to share this to some of my dev friends. We're going to have some fun with it. View all by this person. Let's have a look. Oh, it's their only game. Wow. Amazing. Actually, let's not have that on. I fixed the volume, by the way. I noticed that the music I was playing was kind of overpowering everything. Alright, 15 followers, 2 following, 3 posts. Congratulations, you wasted 5 seconds of your life reading this bio. Cool. Me and around 50 other idiots made a game in a week. The result of that, absolute chaos. That doesn't even come close to it. It's not even like a... It's not even like one of those like ruthless platformers or like a game that is intentionally trying to fuck the player over. YouTube.
This is what happens when you take 58 strain.
What? What have I just found? Okay. Hold on. Mute.
Put them in a Discord server and tell them to make a game. Chaos! Or maybe actually it was a bit more like a walk in the park. Maybe a cozy Japanese park with your friendly Shiro dog. That's right, 1 month into my game development journey, I joined what could be the largest game jam team ever. And you guessed it, we ended up making a game about a dog, a Shiro dog in a Japanese park that escapes the leash of its owner and runs around eating as many biscuits as possible. The Brackeys 2025.2 game jam kicked off at 11 AM on Sunday, and everyone immediately jumped into a
You can tell that Kaylin didn't have enough time for QA.
Everyone except me, because I was at a festival and had absolutely no signal and didn't even know what the thing was. I was
You got to the
out
queue but didn't do the
like
A
right
part.
loser. But when I got home, I saw the epic 7-hour brainstorming call was just wrapping up. The team had decided to go for a 3D platformer. Heavy on the art and with quite a simple loop. Collect as many biscuits as you can within the time limit, and then repeat.
This is 9.5 minutes.
Right? Keep the scope as narrow as possible and max
I'm
out
kind of
the
invested. Are you guys not invested?
Such a big team, including a lot of artists. And not just the game.
And is the volume coming through okay?
Also, the team had been organised. Shout out to Clyde and the other project managers who managed to find some sort of order amongst a huge horde of strangers. Here I am, your humble C# programmer number 3.
See, I am not.
A prototype.
I don't think that any of this is really worth boasting about.
A timer that shows when your owner's going to come back and like a distance thing to see where the owner is, so you can make sure that you're back in time. But after that, I wasn't really sure what to do. That's kind of it. That's kind of the game loop. As we said, it's quite a simple game.
That's not a loop.
What should I work
kind
on?
of a game loop is not a loop.
That night there was a programmer's call where they're going to go through best practices and I don't know what else, because it was at 3 AM, so I was asleep and I missed it. Well, in the morning I discovered that we were using something called Miro, a project management tool.
Yes, Miro is fantastic.
At the end
it's
of
a
the
great
game
tool.
Jam. But yeah, you get the idea. And most specifically for me, we got this little programmers area. Zoom, 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 zoom. So here you can see what the tasks are. When I woke up, there was a list of a few things.
Yeah, Miro's fantastic.
But really, I was still not sure what to work on. And I've got to admit, those first few days really weren't very productive for me. There's 50 odd people on Discord, none of them who I'd ever met before. Who's doing what? Who needs help? What should I be doing? The 2 lead programmers were on opposite time zones for me, so I didn't really have anyone to ask. So what did I do? Well, I just ended up building a bunch of random features that I thought would be helpful and wouldn't step on anyone's toes. I made the audio manager. When the dog arrived, I built the cell shader, which was quite fun because I had no clue how shader graph worked. And it was quite a big learning curve for me. Once we had some animations...
Oh, but you're not going to demonstrate how you did it?
Dog controller. So the animations were from an asset pack. And used root animation, which I'd never really done before. So that was a big steep learning curve. But fun. And had some nice idle animations. Some Easter eggs, such as the dog doing a poop if you hang around for too long in the right place. But then
the dog can poop.
Start again. We're not using root animations anymore. Back to the drawing board on the controller. Built another controller. I spent half a day working on inverse kinematics, get the dog's feet moving nicely. Cut. Yeah, I knew those were a waste of time as I was doing it, but honestly, I didn't really know what else to work on. Once we started getting some assets in, I found a seesaw, so I made the seesaw move. There's some trees, which little did I know, these trees were actually just placeholders, but I made a nice tree bumping effect that shakes the tree and drops biscuits. Cut. Because, yeah, those were just placeholders. And then we ran out of time to actually wire up the proper trees. And then I also spent a lot of time fixing merge conflict errors that have been introduced. While this was all going on, I now know that the audio and art teams were doing some really great jobs, creating beautiful stuff. And a lot of it, unfortunately, never made it into the game. This is a real lesson for me, that in the future I need to plug in much more with what is going on in the other departments.
So we do all of this amazing work, look at the progress we have made, and then he goes, we didn't have time to get it all in.
There's nothing here.
Yeah, there is nothing.
Game out in just 24 hours. There's so much to do. But by this point, we'd all got much better at working together, and now it was crunch time. Sam, can you do the game over page? On it, let's go.
No, you can't boast about doing a project with this many people and make it sound like it was a management crisis.
1 AM on Saturday, and I'm about to go to bed, hoping to have a bit of a more chilled day.
Yeah, the merge. You know what? I'm not even convinced that they used version control, but perhaps they did.
I'm on it. Saturday comes around, and it's starting to get
Yeah,
there.
I'm with you,
All
Jacob.
the
It
art
seems like
looking
he's the
great.
only one that
The only
actually
one is having
was
it
doing
put
work,
into
and he
the
just
level yet,
sourced
but most of the assets
everything
are
out
ready,
to other
and the
people.
layout has been decided.
And then he goes,
It's just a
well, I
case
kind
of
of just
someone
decided to
going and
like
placing all the
do a
things in
thing
the
because I
right
didn't know
spot,
what
which
else
they
to
don't
do.
do
It's
in
like,
the evening.
if you're the
Finding all the
designer,
light
you need
for
to
us when you
figure
get
that
evening
out.
time.
That is your
We were working
role.
quite hard
That's
throughout
what
the
you
day.
do.
I didn't spend
You
a lot
figure
of
out
time trying to sort
solutions.
out
You have a
bugs,
whole
and now
team,
that
a
all the
whole
menus are lined up, we
force
discovered there's some
behind
problems with
you,
the
and this is
singletons.
the
We
best you
had
could
a few
muster.
changes to the singletons, and now none of them actually work during scene changes. I spent quite a lot of time on that. Sound effects team asked, oh, how's the sound effects doing? Oh, who's putting the sound effects into the game? Oh, no one currently. Okay, all right. It's 10
And you
PM, but
didn't
I'll do what I
you
can
didn't
for the
think
next
of
few hours. I'll spend the next 3 hours adding
oh, so then
sound
he just
effects
takes
to the
up
game.
the task.
Unfortunately, I only get about a third of the ones that I've created to put in, and we've got none of the NPC talking, unfortunately, because they sound pretty good. Here's a taster.
Don't do it, dog. Bark, bark, bark.
How can he go so
That is,
fast?
I
That
did
was
not
my
hear any of that.
Come here, boy.
I mean, we didn't
Wake
really
up on
try to
Sunday
find
morning,
it,
it's
but
8
I didn't hear
a.m.
any of
Normally
that.
by this time the Americans are asleep, but they're still working, crunching hard, 3 hours to the deadline.
The
Ooh, the
Americans?
level is built. Okay, now we can test for bugs. Oh, bugs. So many bugs. Half the sound effects aren't in the game. The ones that we did put in are now broken. So quick, I've got to go doing that. I know the game
16
settings
likes
are
is
still
too
set
much.
on the developer setting.
Too many devs, not
Stamina
enough
isn't
time.
used, and speed is way too high.
I joined a
Quick,
mammoth
choose
team
some
of
random
over 50
numbers.
others to try
All
and
this
make a
time, we've got 5
game.
or 6 people
This is how we got
concurrently
on.
working, all trying to commit changes and not
Our
break
goal
each
for the
other's
jam
work,
was to
not
coordinate the
creating mad
largest team
conflicts.
possible.
Now I've got an hour to
No,
go.
that's
Let's
not.
get this
That
project
is
built.
absolutely
The
not
web one isn't building. Okay, quick.
how
we've
this
got
should
a
be
Windows
done.
one. Let's get that up. Phew,
I'm
that's
not even
up.
trying to
Submit the
be,
game.
you know, this person that says this is how development
All
works.
done.
That's not what I'm saying at
The
all.
game is released.
The
We made it on
only
time.
thing that you care to talk about is how
Can't
you
quite
worked
believe
with a
it.
team of that
Of the
size.
58 people who started,
I think it would be more
48
impressive
ended
if
up
the product you
contributing, which is
created
insane,
was
really.
actually interesting and cool. But it's
Huge
not.
credit to everyone
And I guess the
involved.
point is that
You've heard about it from my point
it
of view,
can't
which is just one
be
small
done
part
this
of the
way
pie, really. I haven't been able to talk
if
at
that
all
was the
about how
point,
the
but-
art department ran or how the sound effects were made and all that stuff. But I was hugely impressed by them. In particular, the two leads of the art department, Erin and Sudo, did a fantastic job.
Oh, this
I was
is
constantly
Caitlin. This
impressed
is the
by how they were
QA
able to
tester.
Get everything together and get everyone building stuff that actually came together and made
See?
what I think is actually quite a beautiful looking game. So the only thing left was to give it to our VIP tester to see what she thought. And I'm happy to say my 3-year-old daughter, Luciana,
My
has
3-year-old
spent a
thought
lot
it
of
was
time
amazing, so we
playing the
decided
game.
to ship it.
She loves it. And that's what matters most. I don't have time to give a shout out to everyone involved, but you all did an absolutely amazing job. And I learned so much from all of you. As someone who would like to start their own video game company at some point, I feel like the lessons I learned on this game jam about management and working with a team and getting everyone working in the right direction have been completely invaluable. If we were going to do it again, I think I'd really push to try and get some sort of complete game out much earlier in the process, because it was only really done in the last 6 hours or something before the deadline.
But that's how it
And then
is.
there was
That's
loads of
how it
features
works.
that were ready and coded and had the art done.
That's how it works. The
all this sort of
final,
thing,
like,
and then actually never made it into
12
the game,
hours of a
which is really sad,
project,
'cause
especially
people put a
with
lot of
jam
effort into
projects,
stuff.
like the
That bit
final
of extra
12
polish and
of, say, a
putting in all those features
48-hour
we made
period
would have really taken the
are
game
like
from where it
the
is
most
to something
important.
quite
That's
a lot
when
better.
everything gets in. That's when you're doing
Not
all
even
of
to
it. Like,
credits.
it's always the final 20% of a project that takes the most time. Dude, I don't know if I should be taking this video seriously. There's something about it. There's an air to it that feels like it's not being serious. But yet it's still presented itself as like, here's what I learned as like a first time sort of aspiring game dev to like run my own team. Like, you don't need a team of 48 people for one. Two, not skilled enough to handle that many people, especially if you're just going into the deep end like that. If this is your first real like stab at this stuff, no, not a chance. Not a chance. Oh, we get a little more of Kaylin. We might as well see what that's about. Could be some fun little exchanges. Maybe this humanizes the guy a little bit. Let's have a look.
Alright, Savannah. We'll stop for now.
why?
I mean, he seems like a sweet guy. I kind of feel bad having to criticize the project so much,
So
but
look at the camera over here. And can you say what your favourite bit of the game is?
cute.
The dog.
your favourite bit?
The dog.
The dog?
Yeah.
Cute.
What about the barking and the slide?
No.
The
The
dog.
dog.
Okay. Good work.
Wow.
See, I have such an issue with calling it an experiment because it kind of presents itself as something that it shouldn't be, you know? It's really cute, but I've seen those 30 devs one game. Yeah, I mean, if the point they're trying to drive is, man, the kick bot is super slow. What the hell? Why is that just coming up? Anyways. I mean, it really seems like this guy created, I mean, a lot of this stuff. It's his first go around. He's got a website. I'm sorry, we're down a rabbit hole. Jacob, you're absolutely next in line once we're done this. Workers union overtime? Independent. That is not how you spell that, my friend. Programming, publishing, voice acting. Oof. Is this another one of... This game was developed by a team of 20? Oh, this is GMTK? I didn't see this. I participated in GMTK. The end of the road, but there is work to be done day in, day out. You work at an office, given tasks. We'll get our music back going. Given tasks on the computer and complete them in an orderly fashion. You spend time with your coworkers as they complete their tasks as you complete yours. I'm sorry, maybe I'm too much of a purist, but these experiments are just dumb. I think they're meant to be rage bait. I think they're just meant to get that engagement from people who might think of being on a larger team might actually be what they need to do to, you know, become a real like developer, and that's not true. There's a lot you can do by yourself or with a small team. You don't need more than like maybe 2 programmers, 1 artist, 1 sound designer who can double as your composer. You could probably separate those 2, but you know, I see like a dev team as like a rock band. Like, I need my programmer, I need my artist, get my sound designer, like that kind of stuff. What ratings is that game? You participated as well? Let's have a look. Oh, it might not even tell us. Is there a way to get to that? Workers union overtime. If I search for it on itch, you should be able to find it. Creative Therapies in the chat. Welcome back. Instead of GMTK, I did So Bad It's Good. Yeah, I mean, GMTK was kind of crowded. Like we hit, look at that, almost 9.6 thousand entries. I kind of want to play it, but I'm not gonna push Jacobs any further. We'll move on to Jacobs. And then if nothing else gets added to queue, we can probably get back to maybe having a look at what this one is. From 25 ratings. Yeah, we'll get to that. We will absolutely be getting to that. I don't want to be posting in the... I don't want to post in your thing. I kind of thought there was one to click on. I guess not. Okay. Back to our regular scheduled program. V Superior Jacob. You still around? Cardinal Spin. Howdy ho. Thank you so much for your patience. Hope that tangent wasn't too much. In Cardinal Spin, every action the player takes spins a wheel to determine its outcome. Unlike other card battlers, this game uses no energy system. Instead, you accumulate corruption, which increases the odds of a negative outcome when you spin the wheel. You'll need to carefully judge the risk of playing additional cards and gamble on avoiding corruption. To upgrade and receive powerful cards, you must sacrifice a card in your deck. The more you have used the sacrificed card, the better the chance of receiving a powerful card in its place. Although failure will cost you your prized card for the rest of the run. Greater the risk, greater the reward. So your bit on the theme is simply the nature of taking a serious risk. That's fine. What code assets did you not make from scratch? Okay, yeah. Texture packs, some models. Pretty typical. Cool. 2 people? Awesome. And it's a browser embedded, which is awesome. Welcome to Hell. Shuffle your deck and get ready to slay demons. Carefully balance your corruption meter to maximize your turn. Each card comes with a risk that will grow with every move you make. Sometimes it is better to press... Oh, these are tips. Sometimes it is better to press the end turn button and tank 1 to 2 damage to lower your corruption. Powerful cards are gained from the altar. If you manage to get one of these cards early, it will dramatically change the run. If you ever want to review what an icon means, look in the top right corner for a handy guide. Finally, be kind to yourself and have patience. This is largely a game of chance and will usually require multiple runs to defeat the boss. The game in its current state cannot be beaten, right? If you actually manage to beat the boss, contact us, as I will personally buy you a drink. Okay, well, I look forward to that. Okay, cool. Should I see the download option said Windows Fix. Should we download or play the browser? Which would you prefer? Jacob. Okay. I mean, I'll just play it in browser if it makes no difference. Some people have a preference, so. Unity, love to see it. Browser's fine, very optimized, cool. I think a lot of people would prefer a browser version. I don't know if that... I don't know. Hold on, let's take this off. I don't know if most people would expect it to be as good as the standalone, but... You know. Funbase, if you're just getting in, I gotta share a link to a project that Desmond actually shared with us. It was a jam project that was made with 48 people, and we went down a whole rabbit hole with it. Whoa, okay. Already I like the aesthetics we're going for. Strike? I could do strike, that's worth 2. So I got corrupted instead of actually damaging the guy? Bro, what? Absolutely everything I dished out corrupted me. You can't imagine corralling 48 people for a jam. That's because it's impossible. And there's a whole video on the guy's experience. Apparently there was one person that sort of like levied the whole thing. Okay, I died. you build corruption when you play a card. I mean, I see that if I land, if the thing rolls and hits a blue space, like here, this is showing me that there's a chance I could be corrupted if it lands in that region, right? Seemed like almost every time it just would do that. And so I did not damage, right? I did not actually hurt that wolf. There we go. That one actually connected. Got really unlucky on my first run. I mean, even so, if that be the case, like, I do think just having this level of randomization is pretty unfair, to be quite frank. Because I have no control over this thing. If I need to attack, I'm going to just throw out an attack. The thing just spins and then decides my fate, and I have no control over that. I suppose the control I am given is changing the size of the region, but it has not been all that fun just by losing so quickly. So how do I prevent the corruption from getting worse? And why does it waste my card? I think I should... If I'm still getting corrupted, I do feel like the action should still happen. Oh, look at that. An eyeball. Wait, what? You say click on how to play? Is there a pause? Can I go back? No. We'll just die. My cards are faint for some reason. What's it doing in the main menu? You should put that in a pause menu. We'll have it in both locations, I think. Okay, that just feels like pure luck. You find an altar of blood. Do I drink? I offer the card. What happens? Wait, so I offered an attack and it just gave me a guard? I was really hoping it would make the attack stronger. So now I just have one less attack card now. Oh. See, I don't like how it negates my card. I think, give me the corruption. If I have to be corrupted, give me that corruption. But I should still be able to strike and damage the opponent. Because just taking that away does not feel fair in the slightest. The Shiba game, yeah. Yeah, it is the Shiba game. Look at, go to the submission page, because they list all the assets that they never made, or that they didn't make, and just used. Virtually everything that's in the project was a pre-made asset. They had character models, environment props. There was another thing there, like some kind of environment system. I'm not quite sure. But it's all there. It's on Front Street. Like, I don't think it's anything they're proud about, but we ended up finding a video of, like, the one guy who I guess was sort of behind the concept. If you end turn, it reduces your corruption. How does that work? I am meant to manage my cards and corruption. Okay, so the cards are effectively tied to this idea of corruption, but if the point is to manage that, like I do want to manage my corruption, but I don't fully understand how to reduce it. And you're saying I need to just end the turn. So I need to refuse to make a move just to lose the corruption, to take a hit. See, I don't think players have this like nature in them. I think most people are trained to just throw the card out and move on, right? So I end the turn. I did show that I did see that it showed some sort of icon for it. If you didn't tell me this, I don't think I would have understood that. That doesn't telegraph well to the user. Go for that. Cool. So I'm gonna offer a block. I don't know why I want to offer a card in the first place, but I'm gonna offer a block. Due to how to play after, it's kind of meant to be looked at first. Funbase says, I'm watching the YouTube vid. I'll return with my probably Russian judge gives it a 6 level of cynicism. Is it an interesting idea? It feels like it's just rage bait. Okay, so the shield got enhanced. But when I traded in the attack last time, it just ate the card and gave me a shield. Okay, very good, very good. Oh, corrupted. Take that, Mr. Doggy. It's not the first I've heard of devs doing that sort of thing. Like, I was on the biggest jam team, and here's the game that we managed to create. And almost always seems to be people that don't understand development and are simply just trying to see if they can make it work. Like, I would be more impressed if it was somebody who had the wherewithal and knowledge and experience to sort of coordinate this sort of thing and show what is possible if you could do that. You have a whole workforce of 48 people in this case, and you're telling me that this is the best you could produce? Like, we've already seen the video, Funbase. I'm sure you're just going through it now. He shows all these wonderful things. He's like, we were doing this, the progress was great, we made all types of like concepts and ideas, but none of that made it into the project. It's like, okay, so all of you guys just basically fucked around for like, you know, most of the time. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too cynical about it, but I do feel like it was doomed to fail. There's no way you could have done it. It sounds like bullshit. The amount of people they had could have made an immense amount of work. I mean, that's what makes it sound impressive. This is a game made by a team of 48. Someone goes, there's a project in the Brackeys jam that was made by 48 people. You should check it out. Like, people are just going to go to it because that just sounds impressive, you know? And then you get to it and you're like, what the fuck? There was like 13 programmers or something like that. And they couldn't even get the walk cycle to work properly for the dog. It does look like one person made it. The video makes it pretty clear that he was the only person who was actually putting it together. And it seems like everyone else was either feeding him ideas or giving him assets. You know, and as a learning experience, I think it's a fine experiment, and all that stuff, but I don't know. Doesn't seem like much of an achievement to me, to be perfectly honest with you. Well, for starters, it's 50 strangers. There's no way that's super agile or productive. Agreed. I just don't know where everyone worked on the project. Because you play it, you see it, you experience it. Nothing is made with any bit of polish. There's not a single thing in that project that felt like it was good to go. It just was there because they needed something there, and they just kind of went with it. Operator Doom says, I had a similar thing happen to me when I was talking to a YouTuber years ago. He claimed he had a team, but when I tested the game, it was something that one person could have done. I think as people, we tend to believe people, but we should always remember lots of people lie. I think people really like to obscure the truth a little bit, you know? And that, I don't know if that's necessarily a fault on the user per se. It's sort of what social media has made us become, because everything has to be spectacle. Everything has to have, like, you know, tags and all kinds of weird things tied to it. Jacob says, I know you're Shiba talking right now, but you don't have to block if the enemy isn't attacking. You just need to think about what the enemy is doing. What should I play? It's like Slay the Spire. Your energy is your corruption. Throwing cards out is killing you. Okay, well, I mean... Okay, we'll try this then. I'll just die and then start over. Yeah. Is there a way to restart? I don't think so. I'd have to, like, completely... Let's just do this. So you say have a look at the how to play. And I do feel like maybe there's a detail I'm missing, but you're really hinging this on this idea that a player is just going to choose not to play a card. It's a card battler. I don't think you should have your entire game built around this idea. Alright, so built up on the spinner, apply to yourself. So it builds up on the spinner, but if I don't land on it, that goes away. So I don't actually gain the corruption. I think combining the corruption here with this idea of just kind of spinning to choose whether or not you can attack. I don't know if the corruption needs to be a part of that. I think playing the card can just grant you corruption, and then you just use the spinner to choose whether the attack can be critical or not. I think making it so it can't attack if it hits the field that is always growing, I think can be a problem. The enemy actions and effects. The action the enemy will take next turn. Oh. That is not how that reads for me at all. You're showing the icon next to the enemy health. Okay. So he's gonna block. I guess we can stabby stab. See, I always read this as they have one armor. That's how I read this, and I feel like that's a very common misconception because of the way it looks and how it's situated. It's his next turn effect. So he's not going to block when I go for the stab? Okay, Jacob, I cannot have you walk me through steps like this. The point of this is to observe how players experience games. Oh, cool. A stronger strike. That's good. That was to move on. Okay, you're gonna fight? Let's guard. Huzzah! Ah! I was really saving that for a good moment, but the corruption took it from me. Again, it has taken it away from me. Okay. Oh, I lost my whole hand. I just noticed that it deals a whole new hand. So how am I supposed to plan anything if you're just gonna toss my hand away and then randomly dish out a new set of cards? Okay, and go for a strike. Oh, so the corruption does stay there if I don't land on it. Hmm. Okay, we'll go again now that I'm starting to get into the feel of it. I mean, I'm getting it after you had to explain it. But, yeah, I'm getting it, I guess. See, I still don't like how the corruption steals my move. Take it. Take it in the eyeball. I'm always going to offer these because I do not want to lose any attacks. See, it feels better when you spin this and it just has me land on a green space. It just feels so much better. It feels like I'm actually making progress. Whereas the corruption really feels like it just drags you down. So they're going to attack me. Oof. Okay. Wow. Every time it hits that corruption spot, it's soul crushing. Because it doesn't even feel like I had a chance to do anything to stop it. That was just a section that showed after I played the card. And then it stops my attack from actually connecting with the opponent. I think there's a serious issue with that in how it's executed. No. Take a stab. Nice. Give me something special. Did I lose it? Oh, what? Torch? Okay, so I can cast fire. Does that give burn damage? I don't actually know what that did. So he just has this now for 3 turns, I'd assume? Okay, I see. Torch you up. Come on, man. After all that... Why can't I end the turn? I want to end my turn. I've actually... Apparently it's broken. Apparently, we are broken. I wonder how that happened. Seems like with the status effect and then receiving damage, it seems like something may have broken that exchange. I gotta refill my coffee. Okay. We'll go a little longer. I kind of want to see like what it's building to. But I do want to fill my coffee. So we'll do another round. See how far that takes me, and then we'll probably take a pause from that point. So with having no corruption, I probably want to strike first. So I'm going to go for him. Awesome. I'm going to end the turn. They're apparently not going to strike me first. Next one is an attack. Do I care to guard? I guess I could try. That almost didn't work. Always with the block. Forever and always. Cool. Stabby stab. Oh. That sucked. That I am surviving. This is me. Surviving. I don't want to do any of this. I kind of just assume now if like my corruption is gonna take up like 30% or more, it's almost guaranteed to land. Oh, that was so close. That was so very close. Let's do that. Should probably get this going. Alright, let's try a strike. Let's see if if I get something stronger. Oh, that was critical? Wait. What changed? Nothing about that card changed. Oh, fuck you. Oh, I don't get a little shrine of blood that I can drink from. Okay. Getting some lucky hits in here. Interesting. Oh wow, such powerful. Oh, strike all is what happened to that card. Okay. Am I gonna... I guess I can't save it. The hand's gonna be tossed after. Wow, it was a amazing hit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Let's stun him. Let's do that. Oh, you dick! Oh, he's still attacking me. Hyundai says wood. Look at him. So rude. Alright, so that was like a 6-minute run. I guess we could do it again. By the way, if there's anybody lurking who hasn't shared their project yet, feel free to type !submit with your link. And we can have a look at your Brackeys project, but I suppose that's not what anybody's interested in doing today. You guys know Silk Song came out today? Had no idea that was a game anybody cared to play. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not convinced it actually crashed Steam. It doesn't even seem like that should be real. Big jams are always so hit or miss. I mean, when it's the in-between, sure. Like, the start of the voting period is strong. I think it's strongest towards the end, though, because everybody's just trying to, like, get their ratings, right? Part of it is you drown in the Discord. Yeah, I agree. Everybody's trying to share their project, and all you're just trying to do is advertise, you know. I'm not on the Brackeys Discord, so I just shared a post in the community tab of the jam. And that worked really well yesterday. We had a great turnout for that yesterday. But I suppose people are starved for good games, because I'm completely shocked at the reception that Silk Song has gotten. Let's go with... Do like the... You're gonna give me a strike all for that. Oh, how does that not... How is it critical up here but not there? That's... Okay. Torch, that's fine. I'll be honest, it just feels weird being in a Discord that I'm not really participating in, only to share links to a stream that I'm trying to advertise. It just seems like I'm violating some sort of, like, community rule, you know? The altar has a few bugs on the spinner visual, web build tings, yep. This weekend? I don't know. I mean, cooldown or not, I'm pretty sure... I think there was nearly 3,000 submissions for this one. I mean, that's still a lot of people. Yeah. I mean, you're right. It's internet. I shouldn't have consideration for people. I should just do it. Let's weaken you. And dare I go for a block? Probably should. Oh, fuck off. That'll never not be annoying. What does critical on the weekend even do? Cool. Do we try to go for the boss? Kind of want to see the ending. We've already committed this much. I do need to stretch my legs, though. Take a break for like 10 minutes or whatever. I'm going for the strike. Give me the strike. Strikey strike. Dude, that is not... I am not happy with that trade at all. Kill it! Death! To all of them! No? Want another crit? No. Oh, fuck you. Come on. The number of times I've hit a corruption simply because it, like, drifted onto the shortest hairline, like, part of the region is just really hard for me to cope with. Really, really hard for me to cope with that. No! Why? Why? Fuck you, game. Fuck you so much. I don't even get an attack this round. That's cool. Now it's just picking on me. Oh, you don't like that? I'm just gonna do more of it. I'm gonna die. Come on, boost me attack, please. No, we're just gonna get a weaken. How does it decide what the card is given? Is it just a true random variable and it's just any card from the pool it just replaces? Or is there a thing to it? Like if I'm putting in an attack, do I get the weakened cards because it's part of just sort of a similar class of move? True random? True random is tricky, dude. I guess I'll weaken you. Okay. It's really crushing my spirit now. I don't know if I want to keep going. I am not sure if I want to keep going, and I'm so sorry. I do... Well, no. I kind of want to see the end, but I don't want to play through the fights. Okay. Let's get our composure, and let's just take a moment to sort of have a look at everything. We have been tuning in post-jam. That's fantastic. Good for you guys continuing on the project. I think that's great. This was a two-man team. Yeah, okay. I would say overall, like, it's a decent packaged game. Once I kind of got the feel for what your intent was, it works. I do think there's a glaring issue with how you're telegraphing that kind of stuff to the player. Like there was, you kept telling me like click the help, go to the how to play. Like yes, you can just put text on a screen to say this is what you do, just do that. But I had more of an issue with just how everything read, how it was presented, like showing that there's an icon that appears before the next move that opponent's going to do is useful, but that's not how it read to me. Like traditionally, I think people are used to seeing status modifiers and things appearing around the health bar. I think keeping it all together like that might be where the disconnect is. You could like move the health bar and whatever status they have maybe towards the bottom, and then have their next move icon or whatever appear above, or reverse that. You could keep the health and the modifiers up top and then just show the move below. If you have to go that route, I think showing the move can be useful if that is communicated accordingly. And I do think that there's some steps in between that are kind of missing. And I don't necessarily see that as a flaw because I understand it's a jam project. Corruption is quite punishing in the jam build. We are called souls like Slay the Spire. Wow, that's quite the honor. It is. That was another thing I wanted to talk about. The corruption is incredibly punishing, and I think you guys need to sort of refine that a little further. I mean, some of the comments I was making, I sort of get it now that I've gone through it a few times and I've sort of experienced the intended loop. I sort of see what you're going for. I do think the corruption does need some rework. The fact that it just stops my attack or whatever move I'm trying to play happen, I think should be changed. I think the attacks or whatever card is played, I think that action should still happen. I don't think you should take that away from the player. you know, I could build up the corruption, and maybe there's a risk of getting more corruption, right? So maybe the consequence is a little different than just being like, you don't get to make a move this turn. At least for me, everything's trying to take my cards away and stop me from doing anything. And yes, I know it's gambling, but we're not using money here. Nobody's earning a profit from it. I think there's a much, well, I don't know what I think. I feel like there's a better way to approach it where it actually, sorry, I'm in the middle of doing something as I describe this. I think there's just a better way to approach it where it can still be merciful, but it doesn't have to be unforgiving. I don't think making it in this way where it's completely unforgiving is really the best way to make a fulfilling experience for players, because I get punished for the silliest stuff that I don't really have control over. Like, even when I'm getting a feel for it and I'm managing my corruption well, sometimes it just happens to drift onto that slice, and all of a sudden I've lost the game. And I don't know, I get my health back, or I get a new card. If I want to, you know, try and strategize, you're not even letting me keep my hand to like plan moves. You know, I kind of think like there's a bit of a disconnect there. Like, why am I losing all the cards? I should just be drawing, you know, the cards I'm missing. You know, like, give me a hand, and then maybe give me the card counter. Like, if there's a deck of it that I'm building from, like, how am I not being shown how many cards are left in the deck? Because I do feel like that's a very valuable piece of information that players would want. At least for me, it sort of gives me an idea of sort of prejudging what cards could potentially come, right? Because I know what I've played, and then I want to know what's still in the draw. I don't think that draw or discard really plays a part in your game's mechanic. But if that's the case, then why make them cards in the first place? You know? Like, I think it just inherently, you know, players kind of expect that, right? Having a deck viewer was going to be a thing. Well, I'd say don't give up, because, you know, there's definitely, like, there's something here. You got some substance. So I think it's definitely worth at least tinkering with and kind of figuring that out. But if you're just going to tell me it's Dark Souls Slay the Spire, I'm going to think of it as Slay the Spire. And then I'm going to figure out all these other reasons why it's a lesser game to Slay the Spire. And I don't think that's really fair for any kind of project, you know? Of course, we have heaps of feedback that we have gone through in multiple streams. And it's good to have all views. Yeah, of course. I mean, as long as you're open to the feedback, like, I'll admit I'm not the demographic that you're looking for, or at least that you're targeting. I don't really play much of, like, card battlers to begin with. Well, I appreciate you keeping an open mind with it. Really, I do. Like, I mean, I've played Inscription, I've played Slay the Spire, like, I've had my moment with those games. I think if I wanted to bring Inscription into the mold, just for the sake of conversation, what I like about Inscription is how it kind of emphasizes every move that's happening. Like, the camera likes to travel a lot around the table to sort of show you all the actions that are taking place. And I know I'm comparing that to what is a jam project by two people, but I do think telegraphing those moves, those actions, is way more important. I think showing me, like, what effects are negating others and what moves the enemy is going to use, you know, that kind of stuff. I feel like there should be more emphasis on that, and that'll really help it stand out. Because right now, the way it's presented is it's kind of just to the point, and I think that works for people who are, like, seasoned card battler players, you know. But for someone like myself, who doesn't necessarily have, like, all of that skill and those trained habits. Like you were talking about taking hits to manage the corruption. I feel like that is a very meta type strat that is used in other card battlers that you really try to build a mechanic around, which is perfectly fine. But, you know, the toughest part there is onboarding the player to teach them that that is the point, you know? Because like I said, you're giving me cards to play and you're throwing them away after I end my turn. So how am I not going to be pressured to just play all my cards that I can, you know? And really, that's just kind of like my 2 cents on it. I would say, you know, the aesthetics are a vibe. You guys got a good, like, you know, you have a good theme. I mean, you did good matching the theme, but I'm saying, like, the thematic elements to your game are interesting. I do like the perspective that you have here. The hand doesn't seem to ever get in the way, which is excellent. You know, there's definitely some good choices in here, and I would love to see, you know, what more you can do with it, for sure. I think the variety of cards should be more. It seems like I only got stuff like the torch and the stun when I made the offer at the altar, which I think works fine. Thank you. We are going to continue it and get more variety tuning polish going. Yeah, I mean, all the power to you. I wish you the best with that, of course. Of course, you said that. Well, I don't know how much you intended to do with, like, actually building the deck. It seems like the rogue element here is you get the standard cards to start, and then it kind of just builds from there. If there were more encounters where I could maybe, I don't know, find a card or something like that. Like, say it's dropped by an opponent. Like, I don't see a lot of games really doing that sort of thing. You just kind of move on to the next phase. And you either get a chance to upgrade it or you don't. I think, you know, if opponents got to drop cards, that could be a very interesting thing, especially if, like, their appearance is random as well. Touching on the random element of everything, and I know I'm running my mouth a little bit, so forgive me if I'm being a little too, like, well, actually, like, I'm not trying to be that person. But, like, our last jam project, we used a true random variable. And from that experience, I would say that true random sounds good on paper. But it doesn't really hold well in execution. Mostly because there's always a risk for the game to mess up, you know, I got the wrong seed when I was playing, you know, and it was really just luck of the draw. And sure, we could blame it on that, but that was also an attitude that we had to our previous game. Lorenzo Game Dev, what are you playing? Well, we just finished playing a game called Cardinal Spin, excuse me. But with our previous project, we went with a true random variable, and we thought, you know, like, people are going to appreciate how completely random it can be and unpredictable, and that is true. People like it for that. But then the negative side of things is that that variable can also work against you. Like, our game was kind of hinged on the idea that you had a 50% chance for there to either be an anomaly or not. That was it. It was that binary. It was either there is one or there isn't. And then it's in a very much of the same way, like Exit 8, you're going through just trying to, like, pick out what it is that is different or wrong. And what ended up happening is for each round, some players would find themselves going like 4 rounds without actually, like, finding things or really having anything happen. And I don't know, seemed like it annoyed them a little bit. Players don't necessarily like when you have these unfair outcomes for no explicable reason, and it kind of just, you know, is, right? Like, as soon as it feels unfair, players have a completely different opinion towards it, right? So that, I think, you have a pretty big challenge to find a nice balance with that. As a card battler, I think it's fine for what it is. It's serviceable. You guys definitely nailed the genre at the very least. But yeah, I would love to see more. Like once you guys tune it up and stuff, maybe bring it back and I can give you another look or whatever. Sorry. I'm just putting some things together and then I'm going to step out. Well, I appreciate it, and I thank you for your time. Alright, looking at the clock here. Man, I can't believe I've only had 2 of you guys this whole stream to, like, submit games. That's actually crazy. We got a 40-minute run going, so I don't mind. Well, yeah. Yeah, I would say all in all, like, your game performs well. Other than that one bug we encountered, like the fact that we got through so much of it, even got to the boss. You know, it's a little rough around the edges, but it's fine. I'm not expecting perfection. Something tells me that bug in particular has something to do with the number of retries, maybe. That's where my mind would go to, is that maybe there's... Maybe the way that you guys are cleaning it up, or maybe lack thereof, might be conflicting with that a little bit. The timer's also bugged. Also, don't forget that I had a status modifier, so it's entirely possible that maybe I received the damage, but that it didn't continue giving the burn, or whatever it was that occurred. We use time versus an incrementer. I mean, if it works, it works. I mean, the score screen's fine though. You say you rushed it, but I've seen far worse. And frankly, I think like the formatting's good. If you said you rush it and it just had like Arial text to it, I would say yeah, no, that's quite apparent. But you know, at least it's cohesive with everything else that you have with it here. So, you know, I wouldn't. You can always make exceptions and all that kind of stuff. I think you don't have to worry about the menu screen. Frankly, that didn't even really like occur to me as a problem, to be honest. Okay. So I think what we're gonna do is take like a tenner. I'm gonna go stretch my legs, refill my drink, grab some fresh air. And we'll get back to it. Of course, the queue is empty, so if you're lurking and you want me to play something that you've done for the Brackeys jam that just happened, type !submit with your submission link, and I will tackle it once I'm back. Otherwise, what do we do from here? Well, I do, and I hate that it's going to be this way, but I suppose it's better than nothing. I made posts in the community tab of the Brackeys Jam submission page. And so, not counting today, but this is yesterday's post from the last stream. And as you can see, there's a lot of projects that are being shared in the comments here. So I suppose I could go through and play them for you guys. We either do that or we go back to all the submissions and just randomly draw one out. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. What am I doing? Go here. Submissions. Like we could just do this and then random submission. But anyways, that's for when I'm back. So I'm going to go tend to that. In the meantime, you guys can enjoy these wonderful little previews from video games of days past. Maybe you can point them out, identify which ones that look familiar to you, and we could talk about it when I'm back. I'll see you guys when I return. Like I said, 10 minutes, okay? Do my eyes deceive me? We have a new addition to the queue. Reaper Pro, thank you so much for joining. I had to stretch my leg and get a little top up on my drink, need my coffee. So here we are, playing games. That's why everybody's here. So excited to have somebody in the queue, because I honestly didn't know what I was going to do when I was coming back. Let me get this going here. I could turn these videos off. They're, in fact, a little distracting. So as you can see, the bot is telling you that you are position number 1, my friend. So we will get right into that. You came in at a perfect time. Roll call. Who's here? The final ant. Submitted 1 minute before deadline. Feel that? How does it fit the theme? By traveling farther and farther from your home, you get higher rewards for the risk of dying. Everything was from scratch, and it's a solo project. Wonderful. Oh, I forgot to press the button.
Welcome back.
There we go. Ants persist through much. In this story, even with a useless brother and a dying queen, you could become an invincible force of nature. Travel through the dungeons, extract your riches, and hurry back before you die. Okay. WASD to move, left click to move. Interesting. Can I do this all from the mouse? Why would I want to use a mouse as an alternate? E to interact? I guess we could get into it and figure that out. Will I see? Wait, what? So my mouse says something, It's kind of trippy, to be honest. There's a whole tutorial. Wonderful. Oh yes, the final ant that I have birthed. Cough. Oh, right click. I really hope that you are more useful than your brother Billy over there. As you can see, I'm not in the greatest shape. Those stupid filthy bugs. Anyways, you can move with WASD. Or left mouse click, right? Oh. What can I do with you? Billy is either crippled or is too stupid to move. Okay. That certainly didn't work. However, he isn't all that useless. He sells items that you could use to make yourself stronger. So you're going to have me kill my shopkeeper? For some rude reason, he sells them for actual money. Can you believe that? I have to move away to close the shop? Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. The way it still kind of follows my cursor in the background, crazy. That's like sensory overload. You would break your arm with 10 pounds, so it just grants 20% damage. Sugar Rush, the kids love this stuff. It gives 12% speed. Fast bullets. I think a damage increases. Oh, can I not afford that? Oh, I don't have any money. Excuse me. Now that you know that, I have a mission for you. I'm dying very quickly due to all the blood loss you see, so you kind of gotta help pay my medical fees. You must venture into the dungeons of the disgusting, filthy, ugly bugs. I know, I can't believe it either. Once you enter, in order to leave, you must retrieve enough money and exterminate enough of those vermin before the time runs out in the bottom left corner. The farther you venture, the more treasures you will gain. These treasures will be vital for you to keep your endless work for me. Now I also have a shop myself that is useful mutations. Why don't you go check it out? Can I buy anything though? I don't want to check it out if I can't afford it. You know, for something who's... For an ant who's about to die, this character takes an awful long time to get to the point. Just note that you can have a max of 5 mutations at a time. Reaper, I appreciate the tips, but personally I ask that nobody backseat games for me. I'll just enjoy it how I see fit, and then I'll give you feedback. We can revisit it if there's a thing I'm missing or something like that, but as a developer myself, I just want to say I think it's important to get the raw reactions and feedback from people. I know you're just kind of getting to, like, this is how you leave the shop, because I'd be frustrated if I didn't know how to leave the shop. I appreciate that stuff, but save money for mutations. Wouldn't you want me to figure that out? I feel like that's something that you should have the player figure out instead of just telling me. I wasn't even really following what the ant was saying. Ooh, treasure. Oh yeah, there's a time limit. I was about to ask if there were enemies. Take it. So when my time runs out, I probably die, right? Okay. So now the money I've collected comes back to me. Back with me, right? No? And now I can't return? But why? Is the only way to keep going upgrading the... Not upgrading. Adding to the timer? Oh my god, so many enemies. I don't even know how I could have prevented that. I don't think I found a single clock. Bro, you can't just start the game over like this. At least you have a skip option, but... Fucking ants, you're just slowing me down. Oh, I have to go back to the start, but you block my... And you block the entrance. So why would I know that I need to come back? I mean, I know the queen is kind of like giving me the task to do so, but yeah, you blocked my way back in when I left. So why would I, as a player, even think of going back to in that direction? Okay, which way back? This way back? Once I reach them, I can leave. I mean, that's convenient, but it's missing a lot of feedback. This fat sack grants the ability to deal 10% more damage for every $100 you currently have. Okay. Damage boost would be nice. Oh. For every perk you consume, you also get plus 5% max health. I'd probably want to start with something like that. Can I get more than one? Really? You're not going to let me get more than one? I thought she was in a hurry. The queen is dying. Why would she want to waste her time with this come back later shit? Oh. Interesting. I see what's happening. Alright. Is this really all I have for money? Really? You're gonna do me like that? I wasn't able to read it completely, but I think I got a speed boost. Wait, did I miss whatever those were? It was like a whole spread of like shiny things that came out and then disappeared. Oh no, where do I go? Down here? Hmm. Blah, 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 blah. So do I eventually find ways to increase the time other than pickups from a chest? Because it kind of feels like... It feels like to me that the time bonus is just a random find. Like, there's such short amounts of time that I'm kind of forced to commit in a direction, and then I just get lucky. And now I have to go back, which I already know is not going to be enough time. It's going to just kill me here. It's like, I don't really know how you can really build this up. Building up in the sense that, like, if I'm trying to save for, like, mutations... Oh my god, dude. Going back to the title is such a... it's such... It kills the vibe so hard. Oh, an hourglass gave me more time. I'm not crazy about the clock being in the corner. It really distracts me from the action, which is here. Excuse me, let's go... I can't remember which way to go. I guess south? Is this right? I hope so. This feels right. Wow. I'm shocked. Extra ammo, so I'm shooting 2 bullets. Is that what this is telling me? I think the ammunition might be more beneficial right now. And what do you got? Anything? I can afford stuff. The time didn't update when I picked up that clock, so for a moment I freaked out. My heart kind of stopped, and then I saw that it was added, it just doesn't actively on screen. Oh, the two shots is so much nicer. Come on. Alright, one more chest, and then we're gonna have to go back. I may have screwed myself. Totally. Yeah, there's no way. Oh, come on, baby. Come on. Yes! Holy shit. I can't believe that worked. When your bullets hit walls, they leave surprise gifts behind. It just seems distracting. Grants minor STDs and allows the player to move 50% faster after taking damage for 2 seconds. Enemies that are iced perish when they have 50% of their full health. I don't know if I like any of these. I think extra damage is good. Yeah, we'll just get all this. Speed boost? Yes, please. Oh, so it took my money on the refresh, but then chose not to refresh? Is that what happened? Maybe that's not what happened. I don't know. I think something was delayed there. Holy shit. Wait, where's my cursor? There it is. Oh, I really should be mindful of the time. Oh! Did we try continuing? Do we just... Seems like it's a pretty limited space, but oh my god, I think I've already fucked it. Going south. Wait, what? It was right here? I thought I was further than that. 75 damage when you hit an enemy for the first time, and it's the crowbar. Oh, coincidence. I see you. Gunpowder sounds useless, but on consumption makes your bullets deal area damage. Oh, bouncy bullets? Does it all truly stack on itself? Considering that there's obviously some Risk of Rain inspiration here. More bullets, more time, more speed. So I noticed there was a requirement of sorts, like a kill counter. It said 0 of 9 when we started. And now it has since disappeared. Does that mean that I must have exceeded the amount? Down here? You know, I'm actually surprised that I'm finding my way back so easily. I keep thinking that I'm going in the wrong direction and then not. You can buy anything with money. Enemies drop 50% hard cash. I mean, I guess now fat stacks is a good one to have at this point. I mean, I don't even care what they are. Give them to me. We can do more, right? I see. The deduction on the counter, the money counter, doesn't seem to update that quickly. I think with having the numbers kind of pop out like that, there's ways to make that exciting. Not that it's really the focus, but since you have it anyways, if that's what you're going for, I think seeing the numbers actually update, like each individual number update as it counts up the value, that would be kind of satisfying, to be honest. Did I just pick up a different kind of speed boost? All right, let's go back. Not as much this time. Sure, why not? Whoops. Is there any way to heal? Or is that even an option? How far do my bouncing bullets go? Where did I come from? Up here? Didn't even know what hit him. Which is probably for the best. That seems like the ethical way to do it. Is to kill it before it even realizes. Just eviscerate them so that there's not even like a chance that the brain could connect with the pain, the nerve endings. So you just don't feel the pain when you die. So does this, from now on, when I consume a new perk, I'm gonna get plus 5% health, or is it just, does it take into account the ones I already have collected? Is my question. Ever wanted to be faster than your enemies? Just make them slower on hit. Snowflake. I mean, that could work. When your bullets hit walls, they leave surprise gifts behind. Oh, it's explode on contact. Okay. I mean, the snowflake seems cool, but I don't think I need it. I also don't think I need the health boost either, but I have lost a fair amount of it, so time. Barbie kick. I don't know if I need any of that stuff. Oh, thought I was gonna lose that watch. Bro, nothing could stop me now. One thing I would like to buy with this money is a threat detector or something like that. Maybe one that like pings me towards you know, treasures and shit. You coming into the field? There we go. I'll be honest, I kind of forgot about the clock. It's so easy to forget about it when it's in the corner like this. Maybe there's a clock in here. No. Big mistake. Let's get back. Why won't she let me buy anything? Nope. Let's go this way, maybe? Oh no. It's down this way? Yeah, it is. Okay, Queenie. Is that it? I don't get any more mutations? That's disappointing. Oh wow. I don't need any more. You really need to update this as I'm buying shit, because the way it's updating right now is not synced with my brain, which is like click this, click this. As soon as I click it, I'm like, this is just a habit. You buy something, then you look at what remaining tender you have. And I'm not getting that. There's like a 3-second delay before it actually updates. And I guess my reaction time to that is a little too quick, but I don't know. I feel you could give that a little more pizzazz. Not just updating like instantly, but like I suggested, having the numbers kind of dynamically count up or down as you're doing it. Whoa. So Reaper, is there an end to this? Because I think the Queen's kind of forgotten that she's dying. Because now, I mean, it's cool that I have this freedom now. I can move faster. The time is much higher, and I can go absolutely everywhere I possibly would want to in this tunnel network. But what's the point? Oh, I completed the requirement already. And I've also completed the quota. I don't want to put the chariot before the horse or anything like that, but I do need to know, is there an end to this? Or is it literally just scaling indefinitely? Is it right now? It doesn't seem like I'm working towards any sort of end goal. The queen won't even let me buy from her anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess we can get into like the feedback portion of everything, because it doesn't seem like anything's really changing from this point on. I can just kind of run through and do my thing. I do see the Risk of Rain influences. You want it to like progressively kind of build into this like power fantasy where you're just really, really strong, like a la Risk of Rain, a la Vampire Survivors kind of stuff, right? I for one am a huge fan of both of those games. So like I'm exactly the demo you're trying to go for with this. A few gripes I kind of have with it is I think the variety and upgrades are kind of lacking. I say that as a game that's trying to be like those other games. Like the one thing that makes them really shine is just the sheer variety and difference that you can have between each of those like upgrades and stuff. And I understand Jam Project. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this was a 2-person project. 1-person project. Okay, I'm gonna take that back. I think you have a perfectly reasonable amount of upgrades for this kind of thing. Aesthetically, I think the everything's cohesive. It all works together. I just don't think there's enough variety. I really thought I was going to have an issue with the level design more. Like I said earlier, I was finding myself back to the queen almost every time. And on each of those trips, because the timer was like really pressuring me to like beat it under the clock, I was really just taking a risk, I guess, risking it for the biscuit, to get there. So like I was just committing down a tunnel. I just, you know, this hopefully is gonna take me to the queen. I don't fully know if that's gonna be the case, but it kind of forced me to do that a few times, which, you know, if that was your intent, I guess you did that. That's great. Personally though, I don't necessarily think that the time mechanic really matters. And I'll tell you why. We're getting the whole setup. The queen is here telling me what she needs. And then there's this guy who's kind of just in the off side. I guess he doesn't really matter too much. Does he even talk? I don't even know if he talks. This guy right here. Anyways, the queen's like, blah, blah, blah. Here's the deal. You got to do this thing. And then you go do your thing. I don't know why you need to put a time limit on that sort of thing, because nobody has control of that. The queen is bleeding out on the ground, so it's not like she's going to kill me. The enemies that are in the tunnels there will kill me, but that's what happens in combat, right? Like, I think having the time component really takes away from the core experience, which is more about combat and fighting. You get your upgrades, you want to feel stronger, you want to try and survive, right? If you think of the loop, I think that's your loop. The time just gets in the way, because I want to keep going, and you're stopping me from doing that because the time says so. And what do? I got to put currency into purchasing more time to extend it, as well as getting mutations and perks to help speed my movement so I can cover more ground in a shorter period of time. Like, all of that is, I guess, okay. but the whole time component is so secondary. I think it's perfectly fine to just send the player in, and if they die, they die. I didn't see any true benefit to, you could boost my health limit, but as far as I could tell, there was no way to recover that health in the same round. So if you already have that, excuse me, if you already have that, I don't see why you have to limit me with time. Because then I can just keep going. I can take the risk to keep fighting. You have this timer in the bottom corner, and I'm always focused. This is the thing about these kinds of games, is I'm focused on where my character is. I need to watch where that is going, and where bullets are coming to me. Like, I'm focused on protecting the ant, not watching the time. I think the time doesn't have to exist. You guys actually can't see it. Let me take my camera away for a second. There it is right there. You guys didn't see it the whole time, I suppose, but it updates much like the money counter, and it just counts down. That's all it is. And I don't know, to me that seems so unnecessary, because you already have so much to go with the combat, and just the way that this game is scaling up, it's like time is irrelevant at this point. Like, I came back here with 57 seconds remaining. Time is completely irrelevant. So I don't really feel like it needs to exist, because the way your game's scaling, you don't need it. Your visual effects, they're good. I think giving everything this white highlight, for me personally, is a bit confusing. I understand why you did it. You need it to like stand out from the background. I totally get that. I think if that was the issue, though, you should have maybe tried something other than just more of this rock. Like, this just seems like a brighter version of that, which works, but I don't know, it could have been dirt even. Like, you could have changed that up a little bit. Also, a little more variety. The crystals are cool, but it's a lot of the same. And this was the thing I wanted to touch on with the level design. I thought I was going to hate it more because every time I'd go somewhere, I felt lost, and I didn't recognize it from anything else. But I don't know, the way the paths meet, it all just kind of converges in the middle. And I think it just kind of subconsciously works for me. Anyways, the white highlight, as I was getting at, like, it's not just the ant that has it. It's not just all the bugs. It's not just the chest. It's also the particles. Like, anything related to what can and will harm the player has this highlight. And I don't know, can you see the cursor? Because I have a very hard time discerning my cursor from the rest of the action on screen. And that could just be a user error on my part. A lot of it's very vibrant. It actually lights up the screen space when you have a lot of them on screen. Also doubled with your camera shake as I'm shooting. It's just, there's something about it that's disorienting and confusing, and sometimes, yeah, I lost my cursor. I couldn't find it for a period there, but I was under attack, and I mean, bullets are supposed to travel in the direction I'm pointing. I mean, it almost doesn't matter because of the way they bounce and stuff, but it is supposed to go where my cursor is. And I suppose since I've added mutations, it just kind of spreads all around. So I suppose that's fine, but these are just things I'm talking about. There's also the aberration effect, which feels unnecessary. I mean, like, I get it. Shaders, visual effects, all that stuff is pretty exciting, and it's fine. I argue that because you have that aberration, it actually makes the environment look much more pleasant. Otherwise, I think it would be quite boring without it. It's just a little too much layered on top of of itself. Like you don't necessarily need it. But I think a lot of it has to do with this highlight. I think the highlight, it's a lot of noise that kind of just takes away from all of this sprite work and all of this effort that you put in to the project. I think there could have been a much better solution for what it was that you were trying to tackle with this. That being said, for like a one-person project, I think this is totally cool, totally fine. You know, it gets to the point. I'd say the progression, how it gradually just becomes more intense, is a little too quick, because you do so much to stop me from, like, it's a super steep climb at the start. Like, it's super slow to build to that point where you can go out and be a little more confident with your character. I think you should reduce that. And then the build to where I'm at, I think if there was a way to balance it, I think you should extend that just a little more. Like, so I need the in-between part where I'm not too weak and I'm not too strong. I'm just right at the point where I can contend with all the enemies, and it's really just error on my part if I, you know, die from bullets. I think that was a good, like, middle ground, and really that only existed for like one time, you know, and then you go back out, you get all these upgrades again, and then you're I think having the upgrades in the chests and then also in the store really diminishes the value, because I don't necessarily need to be motivated to go for the chest. I was at the start, but that died out very quickly, because once I could kill everything and actually get money for it, I suppose looting the chest is what would give me the money. So maybe that's not the best thing to really describe it. I feel like I've missed the point I'm trying to make with that. Overall, I think it was fine for what it is. This queen is a little chatty. I think you could pull that back a little bit. Restarting from the very beginning. Sure, you give me a skip button, but I think just a lot of devs do this. At least what I've noticed when it comes to like indies and jam projects. So like people really try to like make them, you know, a little pompous and spin and somewhat like pretentious in a way. Like she's very mouthy, and I don't necessarily like, I understand the tongue-in-cheek humor side of it, but I feel like that just kind of distracts from everything else. She could have just been like, I'm suffering, please help me, and then we could have just ended it there, right? But she keeps like, I don't know, she's desperately asking for my help, yet she's willing to be a bitch about it. And I don't know, it just seems weird. It doesn't seem like something that kind of character would do. Billy, why are you so useless? I know that's what Billy's there for. We don't need this dialogue. Like, this stuff is just filler. Oh, chests can heal you? Okay, that's useful. I didn't know that was a thing, honestly. I wouldn't say that that's communicated all that well. Is that what those particles are that come out of the chest? Because what I've noticed is there's an item, but then there's like other things that come out, like orbs, but I don't always pick them up. They kind of just disappear. That whole time I thought that was just like extra particle effects for just like the need to give it effect. Perhaps that's health. And it just looked weird because I got to a point where it didn't matter. Perhaps that's all that is. Anyways, I think I've said my piece about it. Congratulations on the submission, though. That is Final Ant. For all of you out there watching, here's the link. Feel free to go rate the project. Oh, why is it showing that stuff? All right. Thanks for streaming. Well, thank you very much, Creative. I appreciate having you around. Okay, what do we do now? Where was that game? Did I save game from the one guy? No? Let me just think for a second. It was like overtime? What was that? I remember overtime team, but that doesn't seem correct. I mean, I'm not surprised that there's so many games like it. What am I doing? I'll just go through the hoops like we did before. There we go. Did I really not save that page? Oh, here it is. So you guys have heard me talking about this 48-person team. That's what that Shiba Run game is. I'm not going to bring it up again. We've said our piece on it. This is another game that I guess the same... I'm assuming they're the creator, the person that we saw in the video. This is another project they worked on, which appeared to be another one of those I was on a large team type experiment things. We're going to have a look. I participated in GMTK, so I kind of want to see what this game is about. We did have a look at it, though. It was pretty middle ground for the reviews it received. Oh, did I hit quit? Why does that button stretch the whole canvas? Why is it like that? Come on. It's like, the edge is like here. Oh dear. I'm so thirsty. Can you get me a drink? Seems like he has the texture, just whatever was on that model didn't work on the export. How is it still like that then? You should probably fix it. Whoa. And then another thing with the timer. What is with everybody in these timers? Oh, hi, Sarah. In your little A pose. Whoa. The fuck was that? I don't understand why or how I died. What is she doing in there? Oh, what? Okay, you know what? Are people just like memeing? Is that what this stuff is? I'm not convinced. Like, yes, it would be hard to coordinate with a team like that, but it's almost impossible to have it so bad, to do it so wrong. Like some objects have collisions, some objects don't. I don't even understand how that happens in a game like this. There's no feedback or any explanation as to why I teleport back to this point. Trash paper. What was the point of that? You see my vision is starting to fade. Is this what I'm doing? Is I'm just picking up trash? Okay, the way that this reads, and this is the same with the other project, the way that they read is that somebody or a group of people, just people who don't know shit, they don't know anything about what it is that they're doing. They just find resources online and then mash it together into something which can be viable. I think it can work. But I don't even understand like what the loop is here, what it is. This is just, was that just a replay of everything I did? Like, what's the point of the timer? Is there like an explanation somewhere? I understand my words are harsh. I'm trying to be respectful, but there's not knowing it. And like literally this feels like they never did it until that moment. And so they just ran like a Google search or they talked to their AI chat companion and they're just like, hey, what are some ways that I can like put this in a game? And then it just regurgitates something. Like this effect, this highlight effect, I know exactly what this is. I've personally seen it. I've tinkered with it. I've played with it. I know exactly what this is. This isn't even tuned. This is how it is. This is default what this shader does. And they just found the script somewhere, copied it into the engine, and then left it. They didn't even bother to change it. This is all, in my opinion, that's all just default. And look what it does. It just takes each of the UV faces and creates a duplicate, just like a certain distance from the model. And it looks worse on others than even what's happening with this character. But this honeycomb sort of effect, these are each of those faces just getting spread out further from where they were originally. And that's all that's happening there. Like there's a way to tune it where at least it can look feasible, but it's not great. We personally, we don't use it, but it's not great. I did try to tinker with it a little bit. Like when I have an artist giving me a model, I'm not attaching collision to it. It comes with all of that information. So when you have a wall, like this one, where it's no collision at all, I could just walk through it. I mean, for one, that completely kills the immersion, but two, I don't even understand how that happens. You know, if you set these up correctly, you give it the proper collision, you don't have to think about it. You just place the object and be done with it. Why does it jerk my head like that? Does Sarah have an issue with me? Sarah? Oh, I wish I could destroy this computer. Oh, hey, could you get me some water? I'm a bit thirsty. There's a to-do. So I get the to-do after talking. Right. Oh, a nice empty space. Okay. See, I think I could get behind stuff like this when people use it as a learning experience, but I know I'm judging it almost completely off of this one person and like that video that he made about it. But like he didn't show anything. He didn't show he showed what was being done, but then he didn't show like the result or why it couldn't get into the project. He kind of just glazes over it really quickly. Oh yeah, no, we had all this kind of stuff. We found this really cool tool, Miro, and he has enough time to talk and praise Miro just as a platform. And then he just kind of like scans over this document that everybody's been working on. It's like, dude. Well, Henry, I can take care of that for you. Is is it gonna go away? Oh, it is. Okay. So much trash. Okay. And again, don't understand why you need a time constraint. Was that all I needed to do for that? No more work. He says no more work. Yet the task is still on my clipboard. Okay. I think we get the idea. So okay. Now I'm going to judge this. So the theme was loop for GMTK 2025. I suppose the fact that you run out of time and it starts you right back at the position you started, and then the whole thing starts over again. Yes, that is a loop. You know, it's a very common video game trope. It is technically looping. I don't really understand how that's reinforced though. Kind of wish there was a little more explanation for that. What is this effect on my camera that just happened? I mean, I know we've seen the effects before. It's just the way it came in was so quick. I mean, obviously the game is dreadfully unfinished, obviously. With all due respect, to me it feels like these kinds of projects do it intentionally for the meme. That's what I'm talking about here. Like, I'm not convinced that you can have a team so large and not a single person on that team is looking at this and going, yes, this is great. We're doing wonderful. I feel like there should be a person, at least one other person in that group that would at least have some knowledge or just at least the sensibility to look at this and say like and see what's wrong with it, you know? And they could say, oh, we couldn't find time or the coordination was wrong. If my artist gave me a model and it was missing something, I would make them change. I would make them fix it. You know? That's the key to being efficient is that, and yes, this could just be a skill issue. People learn as they go, right? But you make a model, there's a few things you need to accomplish with it. Make sure the geometry's sound, watertight, and the UVs are proper. Make sure the texture looks correct on it. I mean, that's all UV work, but you got to get all that stuff handled because we're going to have issues with it and I'm going to have to send it back to you anyways. So why waste our time with that? Just get it done. There was more I was going to say to that, but bottom line is what I'm trying to say. Obviously, there's a fundamental difference between people who know and people who don't. Maybe I'm just too privileged. I'm in an echo chamber. Perhaps I shouldn't be so critical. But if you have a 20-person team 48 person team, whatever it is, if it's more than, say, 5, I absolutely am going to be way more critical on it because the expectation to me is much higher. If all you're going to give me is this size of project, and I think the scale is fine, the scope seems more than achievable, I'm fairly confident that I could do this better with a team of 4. That's just how I personally feel about it. And I'm not trying to be cynical. No one is bleeding for the 50 man is my thing. Nobody is even lifting a finger for the 50 man. And thank you for typing in chat, Funbase. I thought I was just yelling like this old fucking millennial grump at the camera. It's just I don't even know why we need to even try to like show off this kind of stuff. Like, I don't know, 20 person, 48 person. Doesn't seem like it's really worth gloating about. I'm off my soapbox. Done with that. Putting that away. So what do we do now? Seems like everybody's gone away to play a Silk Song. It's exciting to have a 50 man, but the main guy is like, I was at a festival at the start. There was a lot of VA we didn't use. He had a lot of stuff that he claims he didn't use. I think the fundamental problem was that it really, at least the impression I got from it, is he sourced everything, but then didn't get around to putting it in. Oh, I'd be pissed too. I'd be absolutely pissed. Didn't find time to use my VA. Okay, not working with you. Well, not necessarily that, but like just... like what comes from it, I think, is a lesson in at least how you should manage things, but it's almost an unrealistic scale to follow because, frankly, you don't need more than a handful of people. You don't. And I think it's much better to learn working in that scope than what you're trying to do with this 50-person team. Even the video is kind of unenthusiastic and unfun. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I can't tell. Like, he seems like a sweet guy. His daughter's, adorable. Great that they could have that moment to like bond with each other and all of that kind of stuff. It was touching. It was cute. Whatever. I can't tell if he's just earnest or he's actually serious. Like, it's almost so unbelievable to me that I think it's just a meme that people are trying to do. Like, it's all just rage bait to try and get people like me to sit here and talk about it, to click on it, to foam over. And I'm never about, like, discouraging people from, like, developing games, like, concerning I stayed up for 100 hours type stuff. Yeah, no, apparently he moved heaven and earth to make this possible. And that was all they were able to create. Him and 47 friends. Well, I guess strangers, but friends. Like, I'm not one to discourage people from it. Like, all the power to you. Go for it. But the solution is not to be in a team of 50 people. That's not going to get you anywhere. Let alone 20. Like, that works on a professional level. If you're working with a studio, of course you're going to have those kinds of numbers. That's why they make the big bucks. You got to have some serious management skills to handle a team of that size. But when you're working on jam projects, dude, like, come on. Why put yourselves through that kind of stress? You don't need it. I applaud his initiative, but the execution was a misfire. Yeah. Absolutely. Kind of just going on tangents here. What do we want to do? Am I doing down to jam? No. Sorry. The whole timing thing, the grand scheme of things, I suppose I would be able to make the time for it, but the team and I were already planning to do, oh, hold on. Brushing Bloom says, what game were y'all just talking about? So, it's a whole thing. Give me a minute. I'm going to finish my thought here on the Down to Jam stuff. I am interested in participating at some point. It's just the timing didn't work out this time. We just did the GMTK, and sort of what I do with the team is we do it within... We do GMTK and then we do Ludum Dare. I think we could try working in others, but right now we're kind of on this like 2-month sort of stretches between projects. And so we already planned to do Ludum Dare coming up, but as it turns out, your boy is not going to be available, sadly. And that was news to me when we first originally committed to doing that, Ludum Dare. Just a wedding that I thought was a week later, but that is Thanksgiving up here in Canada, so it would make sense that it wasn't that. That's all. Whatever. But yeah, I'm not going to be around for the Ludum Dare coming up the first week of October, which I am minorly peeved about, and would love to just say like we could do D2J to kind of make up for that, but it's not fair to the team. The guys, everybody's got work and stuff, and our artist is actually just getting into college, so you know they're kind of in the thick of it too. So like, it was one of those things where we planned to do it, and then everybody was set up to go with that plan, and then I just had to completely jeopardize it. So, long and short, D2J, maybe next year. I will play submissions though. I do intend to do that. As long as you're voting, well actually no, what am I saying? I'm sure that's happening fairly soon. Try and trick a sound out of you for my audio if I see you. Okay. That sounds fun. Brushing Blooms, what game were we talking about? There's a project. I now have to scroll up the chat here. There's a project that was apparently done by... This is not it. I have not played this though. Is that shared today? Desmond, if you're still around, my dude. I don't think I've played this yet. But anyways, we wanted this. This is... Okay, hold on. Come on. Here we go. Run Shiba Run. Which is apparently put together by a team of 48 people, or so they claim. I'm going to try and give you the TLDR because I feel like we've mulched over it so many times, but it's kind of the core focus of the conversation now. You can see they have all these links here, and these are all to like assets that they did not create. They sort of purposed for the project, right? So all of these appear to be well, expensive, mind you, but like fully complete like asset packs, like the Polygon dog pack. This is the dog character you're playing. Apparently it's worth $140 Canadian. Town pack, $70. Like, they're paying real money for these things, which I don't think they bought just for the jam, but I question what they actually created. Because if you have 48 members of a team, why do you need all of this stuff? Why do you need all these asset packs? You should be able to especially with the number of team members. Like, I want to see art director. And there's 2D art department. There's 3D art department. Like, each of these people probably could tackle like 1 or 2 assets, and you'd have like a whole pack of your own that you could use, right? I feel at least for an artist, that's what you would want to do, is continue to make assets. But it doesn't seem like that was really the goal for this project. There are some Pump the Numbers team members too. I'm not sure what you mean by that specifically. I thought the Santa submission to Brackeys with 9 in there was the crazy outlier. No. Not even close. Like, they have full-blown departments. Look at all these programmers. And then you go in and play it for yourself, and you come to find, you know, it really feels like it was put together by one person, and whatever these other people were doing or how they participated, none of that work found its way into the project. And if you go down the rabbit hole, you can find that the person who posted the game, it's the first with this account, but he's got a whole website. You can go there. We went through the whole thing. Oh, he's got some repos. Let's check out his repos. Custom tool for developing mods in the source engine. Okay. I don't know. I'm done like dunking on this guy, but yeah, localization is completely irrelevant to a jam project. I'm sure some might find that useful, and you could certainly appreciate it, but I don't know. Do you know people with these native languages? I feel like it was more or less just funneled through translator, and then they just go, oh yeah, no, it's localized. Yeah, they could have prioritized a little more. Like, it doesn't even play properly. You're kind of just wandering around. I think there was a time limit, but it didn't feel like there was. And yeah, there's all kinds of stuff you can enjoy with that, but yeah, that's what that is. That's what we've been talking about. So what do we do? What do we do now? Blooms, if you have a project for the jam you want us to preview, we could totally give her a shot. I don't have a project myself, so I can't rate it, but at least we could give it a nice showcase. Meemaw's Kitchen. I feel like you're missing a whole body of text here. Alright, team of 3. Use the flamethrower to cook biscuits, which is risky. Yep, absolutely. You're the artist? Cool. Cool. How's it run in browser? There we go. Holy shit. This movement is incredibly fast. So I can only shoot in the 4 directions? Excuse me. Oops. Okay. Oh, am I supposed to be serving people? Okay, they didn't like my biscuit. Oh, but that rat loved it. Okay. Fuck off, rat. No. You know what? Cry me a river. Seems very cruel to set a mouse on fire. Oh, is that... he wants more? Can I give it to him still? No! The biscuit! You want the biscuit! Oh, weird. There we go. Let me guess. I burnt all the tables, so I had no way of serving more people. Oh. The egg corrupts C. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. So I think it overpowers the sound effects a bit more. I feel like that's cooked and ready to go. I had one ready just for you. They don't seem to have an issue with the quality, as long as it's not burnt. Fuck off, Mr. Rat. Granny doesn't like rats. Oh no. Whew, there we go. Wait, what? It's really hard to tell when this guy wants... Oh, fuck off, rat. What is the point of the rat, really? You don't need it. Don't lose my table. The loop isn't fully fleshed out, but I'm in the US and the dev is legit 12 hours time difference. Ooh, that's rough. Oh, fuck off. So I'm amazed we got this out. Yeah, well, I mean... Congrats on the submission. For getting it on... Or getting it out there in time. There's always room for polish, right? As long as you guys have a complete experience, I think it's perfectly fine. These rats are irritating, though. What does the new day bring me? Oh, the same stuff? Well, that is the point. What do you mean the point is to submit something? I mean, yes, but the point is really to make a game. It's not about the competition. The rats are meant to be annoying. Yeah. I think they come out a little too frequently. I feel like I can get through one pastry or biscuit before it comes back. And then you double up on the mice anyways. Which doesn't seem all that necessary. Especially with how close they gravitate to the biscuit. I honestly don't care about the other people. I could just keep giving it to the same guy coming in. That's right. And I'm sorry, the action of cooking with the flamethrower, albeit is funny and interesting, it doesn't feel risky enough. It's also very cumbersome because I'm now doing this like back and forth where, oh, fuck off, rat, really? Doing this, oh. Okay, I still won though. I mean, it seems like you guys struggled a bit, at least from what I gather in your chats. So I'll, like, forgive it for some of its shortcomings. I do think something on screen to show me the profit and stuff would be a good motivator for me to continue to go for it, to see some feedback based on the actions I have been taking instead of like, yeah, I deliver the pastry, the guy walks away, and then another one just comes in right away. It just doesn't, I don't know. It gets very bland very quickly. Go for that. Come on, there we go. There also doesn't seem to be much of a penalty for ignoring other customers, so I could just go to this one guy. Oh, fuck off. If the rat's on fire, it should run away. I don't know why it's coming back. Also, the way I cook this thing, like I'm barely blasting it with the flamethrower. I'm just like lightly tapping my button. Like 2 clicks right there. It's well made. And then they're happy. I also kind of want to know, like, I understand what's happening because we've played these games before. There's a lot of like similar ways that it sort of performs, like any other sort of like, what do you call them? Food serving game? I don't know what it is exactly, but you know, I kind of want to hear like the dings, and I want to see the numbers go up, and I want to know that I'm actually making money. Obviously, I think a time constraint played a big part on that for you guys not having that in this project. Which is fine. You know, that's what jamming's about. These things happen. Fucking rats, dude. I would like one of these biscuit dispensers to be somewhere else. Like if I got the rats hanging around this side, give me another one over here. I never travel over here. Oh, hey, hi. Yeah. There's almost no point in going over here. Eat that up really quickly. And also, I understand the risk of using the flamethrower is like, sure, you could burn the biscuit if you cook it too much, but I already know where that limit sits. And you're not doing anything to like force me to just full on blast it. Like, I feel like you guys need an element to encourage players to do more with the flamethrower, and then have that scale to a point where the risk, the reward is bigger, right? More than just having a cooked biscuit. Maybe you could cook more at the same time, stuff like that. Because it's a flamethrower, you could spread that everywhere, you know? Let me try that, actually. Am I going to be able to do that? I feel like the rats are going to eat all my pastries before I can do that. Oh, it won't even dispense more than one. Well, that seems... I guess that's okay. I don't know. Like, I want to try and pull some Metastrat, and you're not going to let me do that because there's just all of these variables now that get in the way. It's a shame that I can't, like, put the biscuit on the counter. Oh shit, did I lose it? Whew, pardon me. We might be getting to the end here. The end of the stream, I mean. Oh my god, dude. See, like, these rats, they're not real. I don't think they can feel pain. You just burn them alive and they're still like, oh yeah, no, I'm still hungry. I want the biscuit. Where did he come from? They just crawl out of the ground now? So you're saying I can place it, but the collision is not correct? See, I don't understand why you guys didn't just do, like... If you think of a game like Overcooked, where they have, like... Everything is sort of laid out on a grid, and then they have, like, different spaces that you can point to, like, place something down. I don't know why you guys didn't do something like that instead of allowing me to put it everywhere. Oh, I still passed. I didn't even work for like the last half of it there. Okay, is there an end to the game? Like how many days do I need to go through to see the ending? I'll finish my thought on the spaces part. I think this game could really benefit from that. If you guys were having issues with like the collision and stuff, you should have just went the Overcooked route, which was just having designated spots where things could be placed down, so that when you're in proximity, it just kind of gets put there, right? That could have been an easy way to sort of bypass whatever limitations you were finding with that. It's endless? Okay. Okay, well, I probably won't take it much further, just because well, you guys don't seem to have anything to really like scale this up to make it different from where I started. So that is the whole loop. Yeah, that's all good. What I will say is your artwork is very charming. I think it's done incredibly well, all things considered. You got a lot of interesting frames happening with the character's animation, which I appreciate. I do kind of wish, you know, and this is more of just like a nice to have. I'm not saying this game should have had that off the bat. I never want to criticize a game as such. It's always where you could take it, how much further it could go, how you could polish it. I think making the characters a little more expressive would be nice. Also, having them positioned with their backs facing the camera, I think is a mistake. They should be on the other side of the table so that they're kind of looking at me, the player. And then you could do a few things. You could give them expressions, right? You can have the face do some weird, like, things or have them blink or something like that. I think having their backs face the camera is a design error, in my opinion. Characters' backs should not face the camera. I mean, they can, but I think you got to do it differently. Like, there are games that kind of have that going for it. Like, I can't really think of anything specific, but if they're standing behind a counter, I can deal with that, you know? Like, instead of having these 4 individual tables, you took this counter, brought it down to the lower plane, and then just had them standing behind. I think it would be perfectly fine. I think that's totally cool. But the fact that it's not that, and the fact that they all kind of just stand there like a statue, I think is very distracting. It also, I think, part of the reason is the game doesn't really have a lot of anything else that I can look at, that I could focus on, that I could sort of like sort of watch. Like, there's nothing really there. We got the rack going back and forth, but again, that's way too frequently. And the use of the flamethrower, I think the flamethrower is kind of a funny premise, but I think you should have went smaller with it. You should have given her like a blowtorch or something, you know, like a true culinary tool, because people in, you know, the culinary industry do have stuff like that, where it's just like a mini torch that they use to sort of like, you know, char the ends of food and stuff like that. I think that could have been just a better way of sort of like unifying all of this stuff, because you have this like restaurant motif, yet she's using a flamethrower, and I'm trying to understand what the risk is with that, because it seems like all the risk does, or all that is risky, is that I burn my table. And if I burn the table, apparently I no longer have tables to serve people. And that's not necessarily being telegraphed to the player either. There's certainly a great deal of feedback that needs to be there. I kind of mentioned how like the interface should probably have a few like chimes and some activity and feedback just based on like earnings and shit like that. I kind of want upgrades so that I could buy more of these biscuit dispensers, or like something to deal with like mass producing a bunch of biscuits. Like, I feel you guys could build out to something like that even. I don't know. And the fact that these guys, they do get frustrated, but you don't see them grow frustrated. They just eventually get mad and go away. I kind of want to see them like thrashing and getting frustrated and all that kind of stuff, which you can achieve if you had them face the other way, you know? I mean, there's a way to do it with the back facing the camera too, but I want to see more of the characters. I want to see, because I think the art is actually really adorable. I think you have great style. I mean, Granny though is really the only character that is interesting. The rest of these guys are just like generic dudes. So maybe I'm just blowing smoke out of my ass, but you know, these are just some things that I've observed, and you don't have much in the play space. Like, why do I need to go to the left here? There's no reason to go to the left. I don't even know why it's open here. This feels like I should be able to go that way. This also feels like I should go this way. None of that is accessible to me. So it doesn't really, it's not cohesive, and it doesn't make the most sense. I struggle pushing for a bigger rolling game design on these projects because I don't have the programming experience. Well, I think your first mistake is doubting yourself, because the only way you get experience is to actually do it. I mean, this feels like a whole tangent we could go down, but like, I've had a number of times where I've doubted myself. I'm sure you could talk to any person who says that. Yeah. Sometimes, at least from my personal experience, the way I learn best is putting myself in a high pressure situation where I kind of have to claw my way out of a pit, you know? Sure, you want this. I guess I'm going to learn how to do this for the project, you know? stuff like that. I think challenging yourself is a better way to sort of retain it and to truly grow and learn from it. And you say this now, you say you struggle because you don't have the experience. I think doubting yourself is probably the worst mistake you could make with that. If you just go in there, you know, take the opportunity, you know, seize it by the horns, just you'd be amazed what people are capable of when they're put in a corner. So I don't know. You know yourself better than me. But at least I wouldn't say no until I've like, what I've kind of learned just sort of working in development is that I need to look into this stuff before I start to question and prejudge, because it could just be easier than it was. Or if I'm struggling with it, sometimes I just have to sleep on it for a night, and then it magically, it's almost as if like I just kind of remember it now. Like I at least now have a better understanding that allows me to see it from a different perspective and sort of work around that. Like there's just ways to do it. Okay. I'm just babbling. But yeah, we get the idea. Interesting project. Mima's Kitchen. I'll share the link again so everybody in chat can find it. Please go and rate this project. Actually, we're going to go for your submission page. All right, where do we go from here? Holy shit, have I been streaming for almost 5 hours? Check out other games. Maybe sometime, yeah. I'm actually seriously considering to close the stream out. I think I've done my part, and I'll be honest, I'm a bit munchy and stuff. So it's been about 5 straight hours of just me with games and my own thoughts. I appreciate everybody who stuck around, who came around, and who will continue to support the channel and support me, and I of course will do that for you. I'm just, bro, this derailed super quickly. That absolutely is the sign that it's probably time to quit for the night. So thank you all. What do we got for numbers? Should I try a raid? We got a couple viewers. I could raid. Is there anyone to raid? Let's see. Well, nobody I'm following. I don't really want to just... Let's see what they got here. Is there anybody else streaming Brackeys stuff? Excuse me. Well, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be raiding today, but that's totally fine. I get it. Everybody's out playing Silksong. Nobody gives a shit about the internet today. There's only one goal, and that's to play the most anticipated game of this year, possibly the last decade. So hopefully you guys will check back sometime. I kind of stream when I want to. I don't think I'm going to be on tomorrow. If I get up early enough, I may consider it. It'd be an afternoon stream, though. I got relatives coming over, so That's gonna steal my night. But that is what it is. Otherwise, I'll most definitely be on Saturday, I think. We'll see. You guys follow the channel, you can get updates. Anyways, it's been a blast. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.